War, 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 war. What again? Sorry everyone. Hello, so I was getting a little bit too crazy already. Hello, hi Rampers. Hello Rampheads. Hi Rampers. Hi Pamples. Hello everyone. Hello. How's everyone doing today? Are there any rabbits in the house today? Maybe a couple rabbits here, maybe a few. Hello. Hi everyone. I hope everyone's doing very humble and very good today. It's me, Giggles Magoo, on the microphone for you guys today. Hello. Possibly several. And if you guys missed last night, you may hear that my microphone may be sounding a little bit more crispy than it was previously. And that's just because I did a little bit of well, I realized I didn't have the right drivers installed for my microphone. I had it like I have a Focusrite Scarlett and a Shure SM7DB, and the thing is, like, in my Scarlett I noticed it was never kind of doing what it needed to do with my microphone. And the thing is, like, I was always really confused by it, and I realized when I was looking through my drivers and stuff for it, because I've been like trying to get into learning how to record music and stuff. Not for any particular reason, just to have a little look. And the thing is, I'm like, why does it sound so fucking shit? Like, that surely with a good mic like this, it shouldn't sound fucking shit. So I looked it up on Google, and apparently, yeah, check if you've got the right drivers installed for your microphone and for your interface. So I had a little look, and I realized I had it installed for an interface that had like 5 different ports and different stuff for XLR cables and stuff, like just a completely wrong interface. I had it for the completely wrong thing. So I'm like, oh, okay, and I installed a new one, and I noticed, at least for me, like a noticeable difference, especially with the, just if there's no I have filters and stuff on this microphone just to stop any background noise from coming in and stuff, because my microphone it picks up like my computer fan and stuff, and it's really annoying if I don't. So yeah, who the hell is driving this thing? Me. Yes, I'm driving it. Yes, but yeah, it picks up my computer fan and stuff. So so it may sound a little similar, but it probably sounds a little better, I hope, at least. But let me know if it sounds a little funny at any points, and I can try and tweak the settings. Yeah. I have an inline sound card for my headset, and apparently I went from Muffles McGee to Mr. Clear overnight once I got some specific drivers installed. Wow! Muffles McGee to Mr. Clear. I'm surprised. What a shift. Yes, and look at this lovely photograph that was taken just earlier of me fighting a mean old crouton earlier today. I had to do this today. Yeah, major history buff, and a history major, literal history major here. I'm excited for this. Oh my god, I had no idea. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much. Hopefully you can give us some wisdom today about history things. Yes, because today I'm going to be learning a little bit about medieval warfare and combat and things like that, because okay, I've been playing Age of Empires. I've been trying to learn to play Age of Empires. I've been playing Age of Empires 2, and it's been really fun. I've been really enjoying it. And for some reason, like yesterday, we were just doing some stuff. It took me like, what? I had almost 7.5 hour stream. I did two chapters in the campaign, in the French campaign, which is like probably one of the easiest, and I couldn't do it at all, and it was really tricky. And we were just talking about like some of the stuff that would make it easier for me to do it. And then we talked about the trebuchet, and the trebuchet, oh my god, what an absolute beauty it is. Beauty of engineering, beauty of just common physics, but very, very intelligently done. I had a little look at some stuff and some trebuchet stories. Yesterday I had a little look at the King Edward the First using it on a Scottish castle, and that was absolutely crazy talk. And I used the trebuchet on the castle. I was the French, and I was using it against the English. And yeah, the werewolf. We're learning about the werewolf. I used the trebuchets. I got like 6 of them, and I put them against like the castle, the last British castle we had left. I put it out the front. I was like, fire! And oh my god, in like 2 seconds, the castle was demolished, and it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen in my whole entire life in town. And I was so cool. It was so cool. And it just got me thinking about how much more cool it is to like fling like huge bits of stone and other things like cannonballs and other things like that at castles and stuff to get rid of it than stuff like bombs or like guns and stuff like that. Like, I don't know why. Like, it's absolutely crazy talk. It's absolutely crazy talk. I love it. I love it. And it just seems so much cooler to me. Because now, if a country really pisses another country off, you can just nuke it. I don't know if you really want to. Not that that's like, obviously it's not like people are just thinking about that and throwing that idea around, but like it is a possibility. It's just so cool to think about, like, you know, back in like, you know, in the times before there was like a big surgence of like gunpowder and guns were like kind of more a thing. You know, how cool it was, all the amazing inventions that people came up with at the time. Some foolish little silly inventions, even like bow and arrows are a crazy thing that was created. And like, you know, what do you call it, like little stabby sticks and things like that. Yeah, little stabby sticks and things like that. I know in England for women caught illegally selling some kind of alcohol, I can't remember, it would be launched into a lake by a tiny trebuchet as a form of public humiliation. Did they kill them? Or did it kill them or not? That's so interesting. Wait, we can actually look this up and go on a little rabbit hole dive together. That was kind of the point of a stream today. Have a little look at stuff. I specifically want to be talking a lot about the trebuchet today because it's so cool. Yeah, do you know, I just tossed them in just for a bit of fun and games. That's so silly. Like, that's so silly. It's just so crazy to me. It's just really crazy. It may have injured them, yeah, just a little bit. So let's have a little look. Don't look at my video, please. Don't look at my video. Don't look at this, please. Look away at the song I was listening to before I started the stream. Oh yes, just forget about it. Just forget about that video. Hang on a second. Trebuchet punishment. I'm gonna look this up. What the heck you here on a stick? What the heck you here on a stick? Do I wanna know? Yes, so they were talking about the largest trebuchet here, and like, they've been used for centuries, including in ancient China. They spread, I love the trebuchet, including ancient China, they spread to Europe by the 100,000s. Today they are strongly associated with the medieval period in Europe. So were they a thing even before that? That's crazy talk. That's absolutely crazy talk. But how big were the trebuchets that they had in China? I bet the trebuchets in China weren't as cool. Let me put some music on, by the way. I don't know, like, this music is cool, but I need some more themed music for today. I don't know what kind of music I wanna pop on for this. Let me have a little look. Okay, maybe this will be good. Yeah, I don't know in life. This might be good. We'll just pop some Pokemon music on, why not? Even though I find Pokemon music to be kind of sad. Oh, Age of Empires soundtrack. What a good idea. I was thinking I would do just Pokemon, but it makes me sad. I don't know why. So a lot of the chill Pokemon music that I listen to is sad. Good idea. Yeah. Wow, it's like a 2-hour soundtrack. I didn't realize it was so long. Let me know how the volume is. Hopefully it's not too distracting. Let me know. The Chinese used maningales rather than a counterweight. It had ropes at the bottom of the arm, so a group of soldiers would just pull the rope to bring the arm up and fling the projectile. Maningales. Let me look that up. Is the volume okay? Let me know. Maningales. The Australian no Australian ballet. I was thinking that it was a real Australian invention or something. Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. It's super low. Should I turn up a bit? I just don't want it to like overpower. Is that better? Let me know. Oh no, I know. Okay. I know that makes me sound like an idiot because I know Australia is like a way newer country, and a lot of our Australian history and stuff. I mean, if we're thinking about Australian history, like it's from the British, right? Like we're part of the British. I don't want to buy Madden tickets. It's not overpowering. Okay, does it sound better now? Yeah, I'm just loud. Sorry about that. Hopefully that's a bit better. Yeah, the greatest Australian invention was day drinking. I hope that's better. Let me know. If you need it changed, let me know. Perfect? Okay, awesome. Good now? Alright. Maningales. The torsion Maningale myth. What myth? Began in the 18th century when a Francis Grosset claimed that the onager was the dominant medieval artillery until the arrival of gunpowder in the mid-19th century. So it's a myth? Or what? Guillaume Henry Dufour adjusted this framework by arguing that onagers went out of use in medieval times, but were directly replaced by the counterweight trebuchet. So they were like replaced. Were they? Or not? I guess this is the thing with history, right? If you think about it, history is just like the gossip from times long ago that was like actually remembered and kind of followed. You spelled it wrong? Oh, that's why it searched up ballet terms. I see. Yeah. Like, it would also, yes, I'm sure, greatly depend on what country you were in. Because if they were used in, like, China and stuff, but then, like, stuff like the trebuchet was used in, like, France or, like, in Europe and stuff, then it's probably, like, they're thinking, well, we were just using the trebuchet. But the Chinese are probably like, guys, actually, we were using the other thing. Start with this. Oh, I wish I could, but I don't know if we're allowed to watch that. If you guys are sending me videos to watch, please let me know that it's things that aren't gonna get me bonked by YouTube for watching them. Okay? And if you need any volume changes, please let me know as well. History is like a science about picking out truths from piles of misinformation. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, you have to make sure that, that the stuff, I mean, a lot of things, if they're true, like they'll have like real backing to them and stuff like that. And there are specific historians that that focus on whether or not a tiny little fact of history is true. I've seen stuff like that happen before. In the earlier 20th century, Ralph Payne Galway concurred that torsion catapults were not used in medieval times, but only owing to their greater complexity, and believed that they were superior to such a clumsy engine as the medieval trebuchet. Who is this dude? Fuck you! Ralph Payne? Ralph Payne? What's wrong with you? What the hell? What did he do? He began writing books on sport. Oh, so is this like an olden day, like, what? Like, he's an olden day writer about, like, whinging. He's a whinging writer. He was around in 1930. Wait, when was he around? When was he allowed? When was he around? 1848. So, dude, you were around in 1848. Trebuchets were a thing much, much long ago. This is, yeah, early of 20th century. So what is what Ralph Payne Galway saying have anything to do with any of this? Wow. And believe that they were superior to such a clumsy engine as the medieval trebuchet. Others such as Gustav Kohlherr, DJ... What are these fools saying? Disagreed and argued that torsion machines were used throughout the Middle Ages. Huh. The idea of torsion-powered... Is it mangonel? Is it mangonel? Is that the way that you pronounce it? Is particularly appealing for many historians due to its potential as an argument for the continuity of classical technologies and scientific knowledge in the early Middle Ages, which they used to refute the concept of medieval decline. Medieval decline. According to WTS Traver, the Renaissance... No! Wait, we're fostered the lingering notion that all things Roman were perfect, that the Romans had siege engines, therefore the Romans had the best siege engines imaginable. The Renaissance drawings of fictitious machines later became confused with real ones, while depictions of ancient machines were based on fragments of ancient descriptions. So is stuff with the Romans, is that like a ton of hooey? Is that a ton of hooey? Is the Roman stuff like propaganda? Huh? Are you guys in the chat just propagating for Rome here or what? Yeah, I suppose people's fan art of Roman things were kind of, they were conflated as something that it wasn't. Yes, but no. Medical decline reminds me, it's really frowned upon to call the period the Dark Ages, because especially the Islamic kingdoms of the Middle East, it was not a time of decline. Oh, well, I suppose it's the Dark Ages in some places and not the Dark Ages in others. But I guess if you're calling an entire period the Dark Ages, yeah, that doesn't really make sense, does it? The Renaissance writers gave the Dark Ages its name. That's interesting. Bradbury says that direct evidence for them in the earlier medieval period is not strong, but evidence for any specific type of thrower is weak until the 12th century. According to Bradbury, since the Roman world and the latter Middle Ages both possessed torsion weapons and a variety of artillery appears to have existed between those eras, he is prepared to accept the probable existence of torsion engines, but without insisting that manganella's tormentum or any other single term necessary implied a torsion weapon. The idea of a torsion-powered mangonel is particularly appealing for many particularly appealing for many historians due to its potential as an argument for the continuity of classical technologies and scientific knowledges in the early Middle Ages. Okay, so you read about that. Which they used to refute the concept of medieval decline, which you talked about. According to W.T.S. Traver, the Renaissance fostered the lingering notions that the Romans were perfect. Okay, so we read about this. So this is evidence of medieval torsion weapons. What the heck is that? The earliest known medieval illustrations of a torsion engine is onager from Walter de Millimetes de Nobilitius Sapientius et Prudentitis Regum. Of course. I know about that. Of course, I know him. Of course. Yeah. Huh? It sounds noticeably lower? Do you want me to turn this down a little? I can turn the volume down a bit. Is that okay? Or not? I'll turn my volume up. Hopefully that's a bit better. It's fine? Okay. Hopefully that's a little better. I think they weren't even talking about volume. Wait, does my voice sound like deeper? Does my voice sound deeper? I'll turn it up then. Is that okay? You sound just fine? My voice doesn't sound deeper? Kiki's scale filter turned off. Don't say that! No! Don't say that! That hurts my fifis. No, I sound like a girl, right? Hey, I sound like a girl. She's actually a 40-year-old man. You wish. You wish. Does this sound better, guys? Or does this sound okay? Hopefully that's okay. Not only girl, but a cute girl. Oh, thank you. Right, crisp. Oh yes, you're a very handsome woman. You wish. You wish. Anyway, so this is like one of the first trebuchets. By the 9th century, when the first Western European reference to the mangana or the mangonel appeared, there is virtually no evidence at all, whether textual or artistic, of torsion engines used in warfare. The last historical text specifying a torsion engine, aside from the Springald, date no later than the 6th century. But the mid-10th century the lists of artillery weapons and the descriptions contained only traction-powered machines. The exception to this dearth of textual evidence is an anonymous writer under the name of Heron of Byzantium, who repeats ancient descriptions of the onager. However, its accompanying illustrations show only the traction trebuchet. This is a trebuchet, man! I love the trebuchet. Yeah. Huh? But a little tired / a bit of sadness. No, I'm not tired or sad. I feel fine. I'm actually excited to learn about the trebuchet. Trebuchet, 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 trebuchet. Trebuchet, trebuchet, trebuchet. So this is just some medieval illustrations of traction-used weapons. Continuing to the torsion mangonel myth, it is the muddled usage of the term mangonel. Mangonel was used as a general medieval catch-all for stone-throwing artillery. So anything could be stone-throwing artillery, which probably meant a traction trebuchet from the 6th to 12th centuries between the disappearance of the onager and the arrival of the counterweight trebuchet. Many historians have argued for the continued use of onagers into medieval times on the basis of terminology. Guys, why are historians always fighting? Stop fighting! Why are you fighting with each other? Everything I read, it's like, oh, historians don't like exactly agree. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Stop! Byzantium became Constantinople, which became Constantine, which became Istanbul. Of course. Yeah. Many historians have argued for the continued use of onagers into medieval times on the basis of terminology. For example, at the end of the 19th century, Gustav Kohlher contended that the penchuri was a traction trebuchet invented by Muslims, whereas the mangonel was a torsion catapult. John France suggests that the different terms for siege engines, such as petraria, mangana, manganella, and the tortentum. Sorry, hopefully I'm not being too stupid with the way I'm wording this all. Because historians are nerds and it's easy to find dissenting opinions. Yeah, I guess like, are you telling me that nerd arguments have been happening since the dawn of times? Yeah. That's crazy talk. That's absolute crazy talk. New archaeological. Sorry, I know how to say archaeological. Like I don't know why I'm not pronouncing things correctly today. Discoveries change things all the time. Yeah, that's so true actually. Because I guess new discoveries. Because I guess people. I mean, how often do you know what is such a shame actually? People never find out about or never speak about new discoveries that happen like in sciences in general or historical things at all. No one ever talks about it. We always have to talk about sad, grumpy things. Why do we never talk about new discoveries or breakthroughs ever? Like, I don't know. Yeah, they'll fight about this stuff forever. Yeah, that's true. Jordan France suggests that to different terms for siege engines such as petraria, mangana, manganella, and the tortenum refer to size categories instead. The word petraria appeared in the 7th century and became synonymous with the manganon by the 9th century. Paul the Deacon considered petraria and manganella to be the same thing. Neither had been confirmed to be separate categories of machines working on different types of mechanisms. I feel like having it be referred to size category kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, you have to go looking for new archaeological discoveries. They're fascinating but hidden. Yeah, you know, for a little bit when I was a kid, I wanted to be like one of those people, one of those archaeologists that were working like in the mine sites or in different like historical sites, and with the little puffly brushes and like going and digging and like puffling all the sand to try and find like fossils and stuff. Because in my science class we made like fossils and we learnt about fossils and stuff, and we even made them like out of plaster, and it was so cool and exciting, and I was like, I want to do that. It just seems so cool. Yeah. Wish you knew who actually made the first sandwich. The Earl of Sandwich is just the first. Wait, hang on. What the fuck is the Earl of Sandwich? Hang on a damn minute. Are you making this up? The Earl of the Sandwich. You were making this up. No fucking way. No fucking way! No way! This isn't real! No way! There's a real guy? The Sandwich! John Montagu. Fourth Earl of Sandwich. Who the fuck is this guy? Who is this guy? Earl of Sandwich. He's the name. So the name Sandwich is based on a guy? I mean, I never really thought too hard about where the word sandwich really came from. I thought it had something to do with like the fact that it's packed in between two pieces of bread. I don't know, it just kind of sounds right, you know? Earl of Sandwich is a noble title in the peerage of England, held since its creation by the House of Montagu. It is normally associated with Sandwich, Kent. It was created in 1660 for the prominent naval commander Admiral Sir Edward Montagu. He was made Baron Montagu of St. Neots in the county of Huntington, and Viscount Hinchingbrook at the same time. Also in the peerage of England, this viscountcy is used as the courtesy title by the heir apparent to the earldom, a member of the prominent Montagu family. Lord Sandwich was the son of Sir Sidney Montagu, youngest brother of Henry Montagu, 1st Earl of Manchester, from whom the Dukes of Manchester descended, and Edward Montagu, the 1st Baron Montagu of Burton, from whom the Dukes of Montagu descended. What the hell? He was succeeded by his son. Wait, let's see where the sandwich thing came from though. Yeah, but tell me, you're being so weird about it. Tell me the story about the sandwich man. Here we go. Who invented the sandwich? Do we call a sandwich because of the 1st Earl of Sandwich? Yes! Was he the first person who to come up with the idea? Not at all. Sandwich in Kent, England? There's a place called Sandwich in England? There's no way. There's no way.
It's the 8 foods you didn't know were invented in America.
Oh, what? Oh, fuck off. I don't want to know. I don't want to hear the countdown. I'm like, where's that sound coming from? Sorry about that. The truth is, we don't know who invented the sandwich, but it has existed in various forms for thousands of years. One of the earliest known sandwich eaters was Hillel the Elder, a rabbi and scholar who was born in Babylon and lived in Jerusalem during the 1st century BC. The Haggadah, a Jewish text read during the annual Passover Seder, recounts how Hillel made sandwiches using paschal lamb, bitter herbs, and unleavened matzo bread. In Jewish tradition, during the Seder dinner, is it Seder or Seder? Babylon. Babylon! Babylon! I know it's Babylon! Sorry! I know it's Babylon! I know it's Babylon! I know it's Babylon. I know it is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not thinking today. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shut up. Shut up. Okay. Let me read about the sandwich man. Okay. Quiet, everyone. Quiet. Stop yelling at me. Stop yelling. Stop. How Hill made he made sandwiches. Okay. Hey, it's Babylon. I know. I know it's in the Bible. I know it is. I will never recover from this. Minor pronunciation mistake. Stop yelling at me. Stop laughing at me. Flatbreads have a long history in the Mediterranean region and the Middle East. Oh, I love Turkish bread. It's so good. Turkish bread is so good. I love it with dukkha and oil. Fun England fact. There are seven I think rivers named River Avon. Avon is Celtic for river. Basically the Romans got there and asked the Celts, "What's this?" And they went, "A river." That's so funny. And did they never change it? That's really funny. And then like, and then to anyone, it's like, what is this? It's River River. They're basically just calling it River River, isn't it? River River, River River, River River, River River. The idea of rolling bread with a filling is very ancient in Turkish culture. During the mid-17th century, the Earl of Sandwich traveled to Turkey and other regions. This is a real sandwich enjoyer, isn't he? He loves it. He loves sandwiches. And he's me. This guy's literally me. Is it Celtic or Celtic? I think Celtic is a type of stone axe. I think it's Celtic, right? The Celts. Oh, right. Yeah, I know a wrap isn't a sandwich if you really think about it. If you really think about it. Which may explain where he allegedly got the idea to ask a club or restaurant server to make him a sandwich back in London. This is sandwich. Namaste Snack. Is this guy's name Snack? Is his name Snack, really? Is that this guy's name? Is he Snack? Namesake Snack? A snack's called Snacks because he loves a snack? No fucking way. Who is he? Oh no, this is the Earl of Sandwich. This is him. He's literally me. He's literally me. He's literally me. This is Earl Sandwich. The snack is named after him. It's not clear why the English politician John Montagu, aka the 4th Earl of Sandwich, became the namesake of the food we call sandwich. Obviously because he loves sandwiches, obviously. The first known use of the word sandwich comes from the diary of the English historian Edward Gibbon. On November 24th, 1762, he wrote about seeing men eating a bit of cold meat or a sandwich, but there is no mention of the Earl being the namesake. Well, obviously the Earl's the namesake if the guy that wrote it is an English politician. Then in the early 17th centuries, the French travel writer Pierre-Jean Grosley published a gossipy and satirical book called A Tour of London, or New Observations on England and its Inhabitants. In it, Grosley described a scene at a gambling table. The word sandwich does not appear in Grosley's book, but many people assumed the scene in the book, which Grosley may have made up, referred to the 4th Earl of Sandwich. In any case, the name, which people like Gibbon were already using, caught on. By the mid-19th century, sandwich was so common that English-speaking people were using it as a verb to describe the process of placing something in between two other things, as if were one, making it a sandwich. Hey, that's true. He'd name him Sandwich because he loves a sandwich, and that's why he go and ask. French toast in England used to be called, and still is in other countries, poor nights. Nobody knows why. That's so interesting. Well, actually, fun giggle fact, I didn't even know that French toast could be sweet until I was like 16 or something, and I saw it on the internet for like the first time, because like I've had French toast before, but it's like a savory. I've had it like a savory food that my dad would make it, like with stuff in the middle, because it's like an American thing. It's not a thing in Australia. We don't really have French toast, or at least I never had it. And then when I saw it, I can't remember where I saw it, but I saw it like, yeah, it's always sweet in Burgenland. In Australia, it can be both. I don't know. I'd have it like how you kind of eat like an omelette or something. It's kind of good. And yeah. So once I saw it sweet for the first time, I'm like, did you know that it can be sweet? No, I can't remember how my parents would make it, but it was literally savory. Yeah. A lot of stuff in history with names sadly ends in no idea why people just started calling it that. I guess it's like, say if like, I don't know, like say if someone like at your job, or like someone like, I don't know, in your school like does something fucking weird or embarrassing or dumb, then you can kind of, and it's like becomes an event or like a funny thing, you can kind of use it in like a way of verbiage and call it doing a like I don't know, like say if I don't know, say if Tommy falls over in front of everyone and his pants fall down, then if someone else falls over in front of everyone and the pants fall down, you could say they're doing a Tommy. Or like something like that. Like it turns into like a way of verbiage. So or say if Jimmy yells at everyone and cries in front of everyone because he failed his test. Say if someone else fails a test, people could start saying, "Oh, don't do a Jimmy, because like when you think about doing a Jimmy, you think about Jimmy's breakdown. You know what I mean? It's like you're turning something into a way of verbiage. So maybe people at the time saw the Earl of Sandwich ordering all these fucking sandwiches, and it became such a joke, like amongst everyone. Why is this dude having sandwiches? He even went to Turkey or wherever to look up sandwiches. That's so strange for this bread stuff. That's so weird. You know, people could just say, "Oh, you know what? I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna have a sandwich. I'm gonna do a sandwich. I'm gonna have a sandwich." And then it starts being used as a way of verbiage, especially because he was such a popular dude. You know, I'm sure a lot of people would have seen or spoke or written about him. So, maybe that's how it came to be. You know. Because you even see it kind of happening in modern day. Maybe that's how a lot of things were called certain things. You know what I mean? That's kind of why we call eggs eggs. It was interchangeable with the word earn, but some guy chose to use the word egg in his book, which, thanks to the printing press, became widespread. Really? That's so interesting. I had no idea. Yeah, studying linguistics, or not even studying linguistics, but it's really interesting to hear about the way that language has evolved over time. It's really cool. Yeah. Sandwiches became popular in America. Hey! After English speakers adopted the word sandwich, they began coming up with new words and phrases to describe different types. Oh, you know what? I fucking hate people calling these sandwiches sloppy joes. I can't think of a less appetizing word. New words and to the layered club sandwich. The first known recipe for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich appeared in 1901 in the Boston Cooking School magazine of culinary science and domestic economics. During the 1920s, companies began to mass manufacture peanut butter in the United States and targeted children as potential new customers. This helped make the PB&J a common school lunch. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. That's cool. I like the Earl of Sandwich. What a cool guy. Take all of this with a grain of salt, because obviously we're not reading this from like websites with well, we'll see. We'll see if they've got it all sourced and stuff at the end, but you might have heard the half-remembered tidbit about the sandwich having been invented by a historical figure named, fittingly enough, the Earl of Sandwich. Beyond the amusing and perhaps faintly imperialist notion of a Georgian nobleman inventing such a seemingly timeless culinary concept and naming it after himself, the story tends to be short on detail. It's a restaurant franchise called the Earl of Sandwich. I had no idea. I mean, the word pumpkin is surprisingly recent. Pompion and pumpkin were used for any squash and sometimes melons for most of history. That's cool. That's cool. I don't think it's an imperialist. It's good to see that the Euphonious Sandwich clan are still involved in the Sani game 260 years after the Brady legacy was supposedly established. John Montagu, the 4th Earl of Sandwich, was an esteemed statesman who held various military and political offices in the second half of the 18th century, including Postmaster General, First Lord of the Admiralty, and Secretary of State in the Northern Department. But for all of his undoubtedly impressive professional achievements, he purported standing as the inventor of the sandwich surely stands apart as the Earl's greatest legacy. The story goes so: the 4th Earl was a keen gambler who often engaged in marathon sessions at the gambling table. One night, during an especially long sitting, he became so engrossed that he couldn't bear to drag himself away to eat. His servant would have to bring food to him, but the gambling table was no place for refined, Gorgian table settings. Sandwich sought quick handheld sustenance that wouldn't distract him from the action. In that moment, the Earl of Sandwich had a brainwave and called on his servant to bring him 2 slices of bread with a slice of beef in between. It was a solution that would allow him to eat with one hand while holding his cards in another. The game would continue with barely a stoppage, and the cards would remain pleasingly untainted by grease. The Earl's innovative handheld dining solution would almost certainly have been regarded as a bracingly gauche display in Georgian high society, but his gambling buddies were apparently impressed enough to follow his lead and request the same as Sandwich. The same as Sandwich! Oh, cool. Whether or not this version of the Sandwich origin story is apocryphal, it's hard to refute the fact that the sandwich was named after the 4th Earl. Indeed, it seems that the name caught on quickly. Yeah, we heard about this. So that's about the sandwich. A decade earlier, in 1762, the same year that Sandwich is said to have his culinary breakthrough, the historian Edward Gibbon described a rapidly Bungian gastronomic phenomenon in his diary. 20 or 30 perhaps of the first men in the kingdom, in point of fashion and fortune, supping at little tables covered with a napkin, in the middle of a coffee room, upon a bit of cold meat or a sandwich, and drinking a glass of punch. A glass of punch? Well, we know what a sandwich is these days. Well, that's interesting. Anyway, so we've totally gone off course. We're reading about the Earl of Sandwich now. But that's kind of what I wanted with this stream, to kind of go on little tangents about different things. So I don't really mind. Yeah. There's no stand and no witches. Well, yeah, when you really think about it, like, you know, like, you don't really know where it came from if you really think about it. Anyway, let me just have some coffee. How to operate? Yes, let's hear about the trebuchet. I wanna hear about the trebuchet. More about the trebuchet, please. Tell me more about the trebuchet. No, I want to know about the trebuchet. Yeah, here we go. The trebuchet, French trebuchet, is a type of catapult that uses a rotating arm with a sling attached to the tip to launch a projectile. It is a common powerful siege engine until the advent of gunpowder. Fuck you, gunpowder, you ruined everything. The design of a trebuchet allows it to launch projectiles of greater weights and further distances than a traditional catapult. Yeah, because it's like, boom, like that. Yeah. Yeah. There are two types of trebuchet. The first is a traction trebuchet, or mangonel, which uses manpower to swing the arm. It first appeared in China by the 4th century BC. Yeah, we saw about this. It was spread westward, possibly by the What's the Avars? The Eastern Roman Empire. Oh, cool! We spread the snaz. We spread the snaz. It was adopted by the Byzantines, Persians, and Arabs, and other neighboring people by the 6th to 7th centuries. The latter, and often larger and more powerful, counterweight trebuchet, also known as the counterpoise trebuchet, uses a counterweight to swing the arm. It appeared in both Christian and Muslim lands around the Mediterranean in the 12th century and was carried back to China by the Mongols in the 13th century. Oh, interesting. The numerous forms of the word that appeared during the 13th century, including Trabocco, Chibok, Chibuclieta, and Tribuchitum, have obscured the origin of the term. In Arabic, the counterweight trebuchet was called the manjanik, manhiribi. I'm not even gonna try that. The English word trebuchet is also mentioned in the 14th century and 13th century in Anglo-Latin as medieval stone-throwing engine of war. It is borrowed from Old French trebuchet. The French word is from the verbal root of trebuchet, now trebuchet, trebuche plus diminutive noun suffix et, trebuchet. Oh, not et, trebuchet. 10th century meant to overthrow, to bring down, and then and now to stumble. Maybe earlier to rock or to tilt. It is a compound of Old French, tre variant from tra, from Latin trans, expressing displacement, in that case, plus Old French like trunk of the body or bulk. Itself from Old Low Franconian or belly, similar to Old High German Bach. Okay, the earliest appearance of the term trebuchet in French dates to the 12th century, and first attestations of trebuchet have as a siege weapon are from the year 1200. The 1174-77 edition of Roman de Renard, an epic about the Renard the Fox, describes it as a trap whose trigger mechanism consists of an assembly of balanced legs. The trebuchet is just so cool. If you really think about it, it's so cool. It's like whee! Trebuchet. It's like whee! Is it okay if we look at this? I hope it's okay if we look at this.
In the 12th century, a new catapult technology from Asia dominates the battlefields. It's called the trebuchet. This is a reconstruction in Beckdorf, Lower Saxony, Germany. Weapons expert Mike Lodes is captivated.
I'm captivated too. Oh, hi! Thank you so much for being here! Thank you so much for being here. Hello. Hi. Hi, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Hi, guys. Hello, everyone. Hi, thank you so much for coming in. If you guys don't know me, my name is Kiki, and I'm a rabbit, and right now we're learning about some medieval warfare and other things. We learned about this guy called the Earl of Sandwich, who created the sandwich. He was a British guy long time ago, and he literally like ordered. He made a sandwich while he was gambling, to be able to eat his food. Well, apparently that's what they say, to be able to eat his food without getting his hands dirty and stuff and everything. And it was crazy, and basically, yeah, now it's called a sandwich. That's why sandwich are made, because of this guy, the Earl of Sandwich. The Earl of Sandwich. Oh, yeah, big brain. Well, my brain can get pretty big every now and again. Yeah, I better like, I better turn this down. I felt like I was rammed in here against my will. Oh, well, you don't have to be in here if you don't want to. It's just a little bit of fun, okay?
And as many hardworking
it should be
assistants as
fine.
possible. They have to fill the counterweight box with stone.
Yeah, counterweight. Guys, watch this. They're gonna load up a trebuchet. They're greasing it, greasing. Oh, this is so. I've been playing Age of Empires, and this is exactly how they set it up. Like they put it down, and they go, and then they're oiling it up. Okay, they're oiling it up, and now they're putting it in a bag.
A stone taken from the sea.
Stoning.
Will serve as the ammunition.
1311, Jesus. Fire! Oh my god. Look at the counterweight, look at the oil, look at it. It's so smart. Oh, sling! Whoa, wait. What the hell? Hey, they got the ball.
A clear hit.
Nice.
Goes straight into the wooden palisade.
Yeah, boy. We hit the palisade. Everyone's so happy that they hit it. Okay, they're showing the timber. Holy crap.
The stone must have struck, and it's just splintered this timber.
Yeah, look at that.
Are now breached, and the opposing army will be on its way.
Uh-oh. Hey. No, don't. That's crazy talk. Interesting. Ooh. Wait, oh, these seem like this is gonna get... I don't want to get taken down. But... I don't want to get this taken down, but like, look how cool all this stuff is. Floating arm trebuchet. Most powerful trebuchet in the world? Holy heckity. Wait, what's this? Holy shit. That's huge. Is that real? Is that a trebuchet? Whoa! Huh? What the hell? You know why it didn't work? Because this part didn't have enough. It wasn't heavy enough. It's not heavy enough. Like, it needs to be heavy enough to be able to have the momentum to fling the car. So it's just simple engineering. You should have measured the weight of the car first, you idiot. And a better rope. Try it again! Try it again! Try it again! Uh-oh, there's a man in it. He fucking died. Yeah, maybe. Oh, they're trying again. I don't want to get too close to it. Okay. Oh god, this is so dangerous. Okay. How do they do it? Do they just release it so their momentum goes down? Like, how do they actually do it? I'm interested. Whoa! Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we better measure between those two sets of bolts.
These people are Australian. Are they? They sound Aussie. A Guinness World Record, largest trebuchet with a projectile 20 kilos or larger. Interesting. Yeah. Guys, the Aussies love their trebuchets.
You better sign that, Mark, seeing as you're the specialist engineer.
Come on, mate, you're an engineer.
Hey. You don't?
Oh, Christ. Oh my god, it actually went. Holy shit. Whoa. That's crazy. Huh? Oh my god. If they had cars in medieval times, it would be so over. That would demolish a wall. What the hell? What are they doing? Whoa! It lifted up dirt. Look at that. No parking means no parking. Yeah, we should have these. We should have these instead of those things that wheel the cars away. You stay for too long, you get trebucheted away. I love the idea that they throw the cars instead of driving them through armies. Yeah. They throw them with the trebuchet, obviously. Because they can't actually use the car yet. They don't know how to use it. God, it's crazy how, like, an invention like this can throw, like if you have like the right amount of weight on the other side, and a good like kind of string to be able to launch it with. Like you can kind of throw whatever the hell you want. Could you technically build a trebuchet at your house? Is that illegal? How'd they make this? Whoa! Look how high that went! Oh my god, guys, I'm coming. I love physics. It's not illegal to make a trebuchet, so if I really wanted to, I could make a trebuchet and I could fling it at my neighbors. Well, I mean, technically it would be illegal to fling it at my neighbors, wouldn't it? Sorry. No, but shooting it could be illegal depending on where you aim. Yeah, true. Look at that. Wing, 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 wing. They launch pumpkins? Guys, I wanna build one in my room, please. I would love to do that. That was such a cool video. I can't believe they did that with the car. A pocket trebuchet. Oh, giant. Oh, that's probably I can't probably look at that. Trebuchet in accent. Oh wait, that's probably not a good video. And will you kill me for watching this?
We call on you to join us against
I'll turn it down a little bit. Look at this!
Henry VI in the House of Lancaster. And as we march, we will cry a Warwick, for you will become our power.
How come she's walking in the wheel? What is she, a hamster? What's she doing that for?
Our ultimate weapon, the biggest, most powerful siege engine in the world, the Warwick Castle Trebuchet!
Yippee! What's a hamster wheel for?
Standing at 18 meters tall, weighing 22 tons.
18 meters tall, 22 tons. Wow. She's winding it? Oh, is that how they wind it? Is that really? Guys, back in the day, did they really have a little wheel to wind it? That's so smart. That's actually so smart. It's a very effective way to lift a very heavy weight. That's so... Oh my god, guys. If it could not get any better, they even have a fucking hamster wheel in it. Not all of them. There are probably lots of ways. Yeah, I mean, some of them look like they just kind of bop on down. Depends on the trebuchet. When did they start? I'll look at the design of it later, but let me look at this first, and then I'll look. I think there's some more design things in here. Guys, I want to see a trebuchet in action in real life.
The siege could last weeks, maybe months, and our enemy could cut off our supplies. We will then have no food to feed our hungry soldiers. So we will resort to eating those horses and oxen and have no way of loading our trebuchets. So somebody somewhere thought of using the technology from the crane. Same cranes that have helped build structures across Europe.
Whoa.
Abbeys, cathedrals, city walls, castles like our own Warwick. So
Yeah, I'm sure the standard catapult did as well.
You link them with a central axle. Tie a rope to the end of the throwing arm.
I mean, catapults are super cool too, but this is just like a catapult on acid. Look at them running! Look at them! Whee!
All we need is 4 of those soldiers. 2 to climb inside each wheel. Their job is
There's 2 wheels.
inside those wheels. Those wheels weigh over a ton each. Those winders power them round, wrap the rope around the axle, and power down that throwing
It seems kind of safe in the wheel. Like, say if people were kind of trying to get at you. But guys, say in the times where the trebuchets would really be used, were they used as a defensive measure, like in the castles, or were they used like to attack and to get through? You know, because they say it's a siege weapon, so it's to break through usually, right? Like, yeah, but I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking both. Yeah, but like mostly offensive. Yeah, but say if it was offensive, right? Like, if people saw you setting this up, wouldn't it make you like really like because you'd have to wheel it all the way out and do all this shit with it. Like, wouldn't like you be shot at, or like people would run at you with swords and stuff? Like, what if like wouldn't kind of that happen? Like, you would be like very out in the open, you know? Because you probably wouldn't be able to be in an area with lots of trees and coverage, because then it could get stuck, or, you know. Siege, but probably counter siege could work. Counter artillery is a thing back then too. Okay. Well, they have range and troops in front of you. Yeah. I just feel like it could make you like really... Yeah, I mean if they have a long enough range. So in theory they could outrange the defenders. Yeah, they don't want to exit their walls, which is the whole point of the siege. Oh, right. You wouldn't use this to fight infantry because they would run at you with swords and stuff. Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, we learnt about the largest trebuchet, the war wolf, yesterday. It was really interesting, and actually hearing about it was the thing that kind of got me interested in learning more about this kind of stuff too. Smaller catapults and such were more common for tower defense. Oh, I see. I feel like smaller catapults kind of make more sense because they're a lot easier and I mean for a tower defense, yeah, I mean you wouldn't be able to put a trebuchet in a tower, right? Some sieges lasted literal years. That's crazy. I can't believe that, like genuinely. Thank you so much for being in my room for 4 months. Thank you. Pop it down, come on. I wish I was that guy. How come that guy gets to load up the trap? That's so unfair. Pissing me off. Let me load up the trap. I believe Malta was sieged for like literally 10 years. That's terrible. Bring your... Oh, whoa. This guy's been crazy.
Archers, loose your arrows. Trebuchet Master, we are under attack. Get them moving.
That's crazy. Why are you yelling like that? Don't yell. Don't yell. Don't yell. They're wheeling the other way. They're running, running, running! Look at them running.
Not only that, but you fall over for sure. The wheels are extremely slippery when wet.
Yeah, exactly. What if you fell over on the wheel?
To fall over is the worst thing that can happen to a winder. I've been carried to the top of the wheel.
That's terrifying.
It's breaking me back for certain. I just keep running and looking ahead as much as I can. This job is often given to blind people. They don't suffer with the sickness then you see.
It's often given to blind people. What? He just said this job is often given to blind people. Yeah, they're role-playing. Look at him, look at him, he's firing the arrows. Guys, he's role-playing, he's really excited. Guys, everyone be quiet. And captives too, and captives. And slaves. Guys, do you hear him role-playing? Okay, sorry. Shh. Can we get some nails? Look at the archer at the front protecting it. It's called LARPing. Look at him pulling, look at him pulling! Whoa, whoa! Guys, I kind of want to skip until he fires it. I'm kind of... He's kind of really going on and on. Wait, fuck, I missed it! Shut up, shut up, shut up. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Shoot him, shoot him! Go!
Incoming! Cannon! Trebuchet Master, we must have this machine ready to launch. On my command!
We must have it ready on his command, guys.
Today is not the day that we bow to York's law. We will stand proud by our castle. And we will march for the crown. We will march for the true king. We will march to our victory. Are you with us?
I hate crowd shit like this. It makes...
Trebuchet Master, their cannon are raging in.
Okay, here we go. Sorry, they're really doing a big build-up. They're doing a big build-up. Oh, look, he's look, he set it on fire! I'm excited now. The Trebby's gonna work, guys. I feel it. Launch! Whoa! Whoa! Look, it went so far! Treb! 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 Yeah! What the fuck are these comments? Treb! I am ready to fight for king and country. Me too. Me too. As am I. That was kind of cool. Those comments are brutal. What the fuck? Anyway, so let's have a look at the basic design. The trebuchet is a compound machine that makes use of the mechanical advantage of a lever to throw a projectile. They are typically large constructions, with the length of the beam as much as 15 meters or 50 feet, with some purported to be even larger. A trebuchet consists primarily of a long beam attached by an axle suspended high above the ground by a stout frame and base, such as the beam can rotate vertically through a wide arc, typically over 180 degrees. A sling is attached to one end of the beam to hold the projectile. The projectile is thrown when the beam is quickly rotated by applying force to the opposite end of the beam. The mechanical advantage is primarily obtained by having the projectile section of the beam much longer than the opposite section when the force is applied, usually 4 to 6 times longer. I was just thinking, like, okay, the name's trebuchet, it's a French word. Didn't the French fucking suck at all of this stuff? Didn't they suck? Like, how are they good enough to make a trebuchet? Or did the British just use a French word? Not really, no? They were absolutely brutal. Oh, really? Oh, okay. The English were basically French during this time period. Oh, English. Oh, really? That's very interesting. I actually didn't know that. You learn something new every day. In the time Charlemagne the French ruled, he was a dick. Right. France was strong during the Middle Ages. They had some of the best knights in Europe. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. The difference between counterweight and traction trebuchets is what force they use. Counterweight trebuchets use gravity, which I think is kind of cool. I like the one that uses gravity, because it's like kind of more, I don't know, they both kind of use a lot of physics, but it's kind of cool to see it. Counterweight trebuchets use gravity. Potential energy is stored by slowly raising an extremely heavy box, typically filled with stones, sand, or lead, attached to the much shorter end of the beam, typically on a hinge connection, and releasing it on command. Traction trebuchets use human power. On command, men pull ropes attached to the shorter end of the trebuchet beam. The difficulties of coordinating the pull of many men together repeatedly and predictably makes counterweight trebuchets preferable for larger machines, though they are more complicated to engineer. Has there ever been a time where they tried to pull it and it didn't work, so they went flying? Because that would be really funny. They are more the difficulty for the larger machines, though they are more complicated to engineer. The trebuchet had further modifications to allow an increase to its range by creating a slot for the sling and projectile to sit underneath the trebuchet, enabling the sling to be lengthened and thus extending the range, an alternation in the trajectory or the release point to be changed. Further increasing their complexity is that either winches or tread wheels, aided by block and tackle, are typically required to raise the more massive counterweights. So kind of like what we saw, like the tread wheel was the people walking in the hamster wheels, you know what I mean? So So while counterweight trebuchets require significantly fewer men to operate than traction trebuchets, they require significantly more time to reload. In a long siege, reload time may not be a critical concern. When the trebuchet is operated, the force causes rotational acceleration of the beam around the axle, or the fulcrum of the lever. These factors multiply the acceleration transmitted to the throwing portion of the beam and its attached sling. The sling starts rotating with the beam, but rotates further, so typically around 360 degrees, and therefore faster, transmitting this increased speed to the projectile. The length of the sling increases the mechanical advantage and also changes the trajectory, so that at the time of the release from the sling, the projectile is traveling in the desired speed and angle to give it the range to hit the target. Adjusting the sling's release point is the primary means of fine-tuning the range, as the rest of the trebuchet's actions are difficult to adjust after construction. The rotation speed of the throwing beam increases slowly, starting slow but building up quickly. After the projectile is released, the arm continues to rotate, allowed to smoothly slow down on its own accord and come to rest at the end of the rotation. This is unlike the violent sudden stop inherent in the action of other catapult designs, such as the Onager, which must absorb most of the launching energy into their frame, and must be heavily built and reinforced as a result. This key difference makes the trebuchet more durable, allowing for larger and more powerful machines. A trebuchet projectile can be almost anything, even debris, rotting carcasses, or incendiaries. Oh, okay, cool. So you can do like a flamey throw. But it's typically a large stone, dense stone, or even metal. Specifically, didn't they use for the Warwolf? Didn't they use like rubble from the top of another like church, from the top of a church or a house or something? Dense stone or even metal. Specifically worked to be round or smooth, gives the best range and predictability. When attempting to breach enemy walls, it is important to use materials that will not shatter on impact. Projectiles were sometimes brought from distant quarries to get the desired properties. The first recorded use of traction trebuchets was in ancient China, which is interesting. I didn't think it was in ancient China. They were probably used by the Mohis as early as the 4th century BC. So they had a basic understanding of engineering and gravity even back then, which is cool. They just didn't really understand what it was, but they used it pretty well with stuff like this, which is really cool. That's why these are so interesting to me. According to the Mosey, the traction trebuchet was 17 feet or 5.2 meters high and 4 foot 1.2 meters buried below ground. Buried below ground? You'd have to actually like bury it to use it? The fulcrum attached was constructed from the wheels of a cart. The throwing arm was 30 to 35 feet? Or 9.1 to 10.7 meters long, with 3/4 above the pivot and a large quarter below where the ropes are attached. Wow, that's crazy. And the sling, 2.8 feet or 0.85 meters long. The range given for projectiles are 300 feet. They were used as defensive weapon stations on walls and sometimes held hollowed out logs filled with burning charcoal to destroy enemy siege works. Well, that's brutal. Commentators were interpreting other passages in text such as the Zhuan and classic of poetry as references to the traction trebuchet. The guy is a great arm of wood on which a stone is laid, and this by means of a device G is shot off and so strikes down the enemy. The records of the grand historians say that the flying stone weighs 12 catties and by devices are shot off 300 places. What the heck? What? The Chinese did make guns, they just didn't make flintlocks. Oh, Drew, thank you so much for being a member for 9 months. That's cool. Yeah. They were... stretch. Sorry. I'm just stretching. Watch for the mouth of the trap. Can we watch this? Are we allowed to? Is it okay to watch this?
Finishing a flat pack.
Don't give me an ad. Leave me the hell alone. Is this okay to watch? I hope so. Hopefully.
The trebuchet is one of the largest and most destructive siege weapons to come out of the Middle Ages. These massive war machines were commonly used to break down enemy fortifications by launching heavy payloads, typically rocks and boulders weighing as much as 180 kilograms or 400 pounds. Projectiles could also include
well, yeah,
material
I'm blaming ones
to cause
too.
Fires, and things like sewage and animal carcasses would sometimes be thrown over castle walls in an attempt to spread disease.
Sewage? Wait, what? Hang on a damn minute. Sewage was throwing using these to spread disease and stuff? That's horrible. That's horrible. And poo-poo traps.
Superior to other weaponry at the time as well, with some trebuchets being able to exceed a throwing distance of 400 meters, or about a quarter mile, depending on the weight of the object. Although they have not been used for warfare in more than 500 years, trebuchets have still remained quite popular throughout much of modern history, and they are often constructed today for educational purposes and recreation. Whether it's for an engineering challenge, eating pumpkins in a fruit throwing competition.
Wait, I want to do it with pumpkins.
Or taking out a castle with one hit in Age of Empires.
Yeah.
These impressive machines have some serious power despite their simple design. However, the underlying physics is actually fairly complicated, and we are going to find out why by taking a closer look at how the mechanism works.
Biological weapons,
A typical trebuchet consists of a sturdy base and a large frame, and this supports a long beam that is mounted on an axle. Construction is primarily done with heavy timber. However, the components may also be reinforced with leather, rope, and metal, among other
I wonder
materials.
if this stuff was hard to find in some places at the time.
So that one side is approximately 4 to 6 times.
I guess you could kind of use like scraps and stuff for this, like of old houses and other things like that to be able to find it, or like trees and other things. I'd love to see what they looked like, and if maybe the stuff that they were made out of differed depending on like which country used them and the stuff that they had, their resources.
Longer than the other, and a counterweight is suspended from the shorter end, usually with a hinged connection so it can swing freely. This is basically just a large wooden box filled with a heavy substance like sand, rocks, or lead, and it can weigh as much as 20 metric tons depending on the weight of the payload being thrown. The short end of the beam is often thicker or reinforced in order to carry the load from the counterweight, which also has the advantage of lowering its moment of inertia by moving the center of mass towards the pivot point.
A lot of siege works were built on location. The Mongols famously hired Chinese engineers who just followed them around and cut down forests on the spot of sieges. That's kind of cool. I like that they do that. I mean, it makes the most sense too. And if sieges were going on for years, right, at a time, then that makes a lot of sense that they would do it that way.
At the opposite end, the projectile is carried by a sling that is attached to the trebuchet with 2 ropes, one that is securely fixed to the beam, and another that slides freely over a finger so the payload can be released. This finger can be any kind of projection, such as a peg or a hook, and its angle can be adjusted in order to set the release point.
Oh, that's so
employs
smart.
the law of conservation of energy by storing potential energy in the counterweight and then converting it to kinetic energy. The counterweight is first lifted to a certain height using a winch or tread wheel that is connected to the throwing end of the beam, where its potential energy can be calculated by multiplying its mass by acceleration due to gravity and its height above the bottom of the swing. Since the beam acts as a lever and the lifting force is applied at the longer end, the force that is required to lift the counterweight is actually a lot less than the counterweight itself. If the throwing end is 4 times longer than the short end, then the lifting force only needs to be 1/4 of the counterweight. However, the displacement
They still
also
say
needs to be
modern
4
use
times greater.
sometimes.
Once the beam is in the correct orientation, it is tied down to a release mechanism and detached from the winch, and the sling is positioned on a guide chute along the base of the trebuchet where the projectile is loaded. When the beam is released, the falling counterweight causes rotational acceleration because the applied torque is significantly greater than the resistance from the payload, and the projectile is launched into the air as the free end of the sling slides off the peg. The torque from the counterweight is not constant through the entire motion, however, because the distance between the line of action and the pivot point changes, and the acceleration of the beam will reach a
That's so
maximum when
cool.
it is perfectly horizontal. The speed of the projectile will also be many times faster than the speed of the counterweight, since the sling follows a much wider arc, which again comes back to the ratio between the long and short end of the beam. If the ratio is still 4:1 like before, then the tip of the long end will travel 4 times faster than the tip of the short end. However, centripetal acceleration also causes the sling to pivot around the end of the beam at an even faster rate, which increases the radius and further amplifies the linear velocity.
And
This
that's why
double
they can
pendulum
go
action
so
is the
long
thing
and
that
so
gives
far
trebuchets their
distances.
awesome power and range, but it also makes their behavior difficult to analyze and predict. If all of the potential energy in the counterweight were converted to kinetic energy in the projectile, then we could simply apply the law of conservation of energy to compute the theoretical velocity and throwing distance. But in reality, these machines are not 100% efficient. There will always be some amount of energy remaining in the system after the payload is released, because the beam and counterweight will still be in motion, and so the maximum energy that can be transferred to the projectile is therefore between 70 and 80% before accounting for losses due to friction and air resistance. If we want to study the physics and model the behavior accurately, then it becomes necessary to break the trebuchet down into its primary components, so that the equations of motion can be derived for each part individually.
You have
This
a
is done by drawing
trebuchet?
free body diagrams and
Really?
summing the forces and torques in each direction, which can be a little tedious because of the complex geometry. But the end result is a system of
Even
differential
80% is
equations
really
that
good.
describes the movement of the components in relation to one another. Now, unfortunately, these equations cannot be solved analytically to obtain a closed-form solution. However, the system can still be solved iteratively by using a numerical integration method. This type of problem needs to be divided into a number of small time increments and solved sequentially, as opposed to finding a single governing equation, which means that the entire motion must be simulated from start to finish in order to obtain a full solution. Something that makes the problem slightly more complicated is the fact that the constraints are not constant, and so the analysis
I know,
also
it's
needs to be
crazy how
broken
old it
up
is,
into
but
3
also
different
how,
stages. When the
like,
beam and counterweight
well
are
it's
first
made.
released, the sling is initially in contact with the guide chute and it is only able to travel in one direction parallel to the surface. But at the moment the sling is lifted away from the chute,
It's all
its
oiled
movement
up.
becomes unconstrained and the equations of motion change. The equations change again just a few moments later when the sling is released from the beam, at which point energy is removed from the system, and the projectile continues off on its own following a simple parabolic trajectory. Because the constraints on the projectile are slightly different at each stage, a separate analysis needs to be conducted for each part of the sequence, where the endpoint of
You
the
can buy your
previous
own little
stage
wooden
is taken
kit
as the initial condition for
trebuchets.
the next.
Oh.
Once this has been completed and the differential equations are solved, the final result is a complete simulation of the trebuchet, which can be used to track the path of the projectile during the throw, along with its velocity and acceleration at every point. It is particularly useful to find the speed and direction at the release point,
Well, it
since this
goes
determines where
like,
the projectile will strike, and it can also be used as a design tool to help optimize a trebuchet
like,
by finding a set of parameters that will maximize the throwing distance. For example, it can be shown that the range will be greatest when the sling and throwing end of the beam are approximately equal in length, when the long end of the beam is roughly 4 times greater than the short end, and when the beam is initially set at a 45-degree angle. The counterweight should also be about 100 times heavier than the payload in order to get as close to a free fall as possible, and the projectile should be released from the sling at 45 degrees from horizontal, which happens to be the optimal angle for a standard projectile motion problem. Together, these parameters will produce a design that is very close to optimal, and although they have been derived using modern physics principles, it's interesting to see that many trebuchets from the Middle Ages were actually constructed with similar proportions.
That's so cool.
The trebuchet was invented more than 500 years before Isaac Newton was around to establish the basic laws of
Exactly,
motion,
that's what I was
and
thinking. That's like what, exactly, that's what's so cool about it. is that it was created before a lot of these things are even realized, you know? Well, not realized, but like actually documented and written down.
This says a great deal about the ingenuity of the medieval engineers who built these incredible machines.
I love the medieval
Castle defenses were
engineers.
simply no match for one of the most powerful siege weapons of all time, so it's a good thing they are no longer a threat today. However, it is still important to defend your virtual castle by using a service like NordVPN. Using a VPN
Cool. Hang on, just give me 1 second. I gotta pee, guys. But yeah. That's really cool. Oh, that's a cool channel. If you guys find me more videos to watch that aren't gonna kill me, that would be awesome. I'll be right back, please. Nom nom nom. Hello. Hi. Oh, weird medieval weapons. Yeah, that's something I really wanted to take a look at today. Let's have a little looky. Will it bonk me for that? Hi. Oh, something else that I wanted to see just before we finished was the onager, which the Romans made. Now, I will give the Romans some credit, even though now that time is passing, I'm kind of getting a little nervous that a lot of stuff that I read about the Romans is propaganda. Is it propaganda? Is it Romy propaganda? Because I'm buying what they're selling. I'm buying what they're selling. Look at that. The onager consisted of a large frame placed horizontally. Fantastic job. The Roman scorpion? That's another thing in Age of Empires, isn't it? The scorpion? Whoa! What the hell? The flywheel trebuchet? What the heck is that? Can I watch these, or are they gonna kill me for this? Oh yeah, what's the thing that you said that I should look at? I should filter, Champy? Creative Commons. Here we go. I don't want shorts. Will Sam or Nella bonk me for watching it on stream, or will it be okay? Would he dare? He won't? You promise? He's humble? Okay. Now tell me about weird medieval weapons, please. Creative medieval weapons.
Hey kids, when most people think of the Middle Ages,
How-
they think of them
how's
as
the
being like
volume?
humanity's dumb teenage years, where all we did was play harpsichord in our room and burn heretics with our friends. But that's
Yay,
not
I
entirely
wanna
true.
do that.
In fact, I would argue that the medieval era saw just as much genius as any other period. in
Yeah,
time. It's
no, it do because it has lots of genius. Lots of genius. Thank you for following. Sorry, I'll try not to pause and chat too much and yappy you too much.
just most of that genius went towards finding new and creative ways to brutally slaughter those you disagree with. Here's a few highlights. First, we'll talk about
I
the
want to
werewolf.
do that.
So,
Yay,
as you can imagine,
werewolf!
medieval castles were not easy to break into. They were basically like those jungle gym things at Chuck E. Cheese's. Massive in size, intentionally confusing layout, security everywhere.
Did they
And
do
by the
that?
end
Make
of your
weird
visit,
layout?
You'd probably end up with some kind of disease. So in order to help penetrate fortresses, medieval armies would often utilize siege weapons, one of the most popular of which was the trebuchet. Now, this
Trebuchet, I
device
love
is interesting
him.
enough on its
I
own,
love
but it gets better.
trebuchet.
So around 1300 AD, King Edward I of England was in the process of invading Scotland. However, one fortress known as Stirling Castle was giving him a lot of trouble. He laid
hated
siege to
it.
the building for many months without any real progress. Then one day he woke up and had a revelation. Hey guys, listen, why are we wasting our time building all these regular sized trebuchets when we could just build one giant one? and
Yeah,
call
he's
it a day?"
smart.
So that's what he did. This gargantuan war machine was known as the Werewolf and stood at around 6 stories tall. To give a bit of perspective, this is about as tall as King Kong was in his largest film depiction.
What
So
the
basically,
fuck?
picture
That's
a giant
insane.
fucking ape launching boulders like they're baseballs, and you've got a pretty good idea of what the werewolf was capable of. It was so intimidating that when the Scots saw the English constructing the beast outside the castle, they immediately surrendered out of fear. But then Edward was like, "Ha, fuck that, I'm gonna test this bad boy out," and proceeded to take pot shots on the castle anyway. Another devious product of the Middle Ages was a flammable substance known as Greek fire.
Greek
Contrary to
fire?
popular belief, Greek fire was not invented by the ancient Greeks. Rick Riordan, you lying prick. It was actually invented in the 7th century AD by the Byzantines, who happened to inhabit Greece at the time. Historians still don't know exactly what it was made of, but they do know that it acted a lot like napalm, sticking to ships, sticking to people,
Oh.
even floating and continuing to burn on the surface
That's
of the
cool
water.
that they
The
made
Byzantines
that.
also had these siphon-like tubes that they put on the
Napalm.
front of their boats to pour Greek fire on the enemy, kind of like makeshift flamethrowers. These were retired pretty quickly though, mostly because when you put the words makeshift and flamethrower next to each other, you're bound to run into some problems eventually. Our next bright idea comes from a woman known as Olga of Kiev. So Olga was a princess who ruled the area around the capital of modern-day Ukraine from 945 to 963 AD. And she had quite a track record for being just a total badass. For example, the
Ooh.
Drevlians, a tribe of people under Kiev's control, once sent 20 men to Kiev in order to convince Olga to marry their prince, under the pretense that if they did marry, the prince could claim her rule over Kiev. In response, she had all 20 of them buried alive. She then sent a letter to the prince saying she accepted his proposal, but she would need a bunch of his most distinguished governors to escort her
Give
on
all
the
your
journey.
admins
Once
to
the
me
men showed up,
plugs.
Olga was like, "Hey guys, long journey, huh? How'd you like to take a bath in this here bathhouse?" They were like, "Yeah, sure, that sounds great." "Okay, have fun, you guys." Man, it's like a sauna in here. It is a sauna, dipshit. You have a point. So long story short, this lady just did not give a heck. My favorite story about her starts with her besieging a Drevlian city that refused to pay tribute to her. The people in the city were already well aware of the type of rampaging that Olga was capable of, so
Yeah,
they were
that
already
probably
scared
would've
shitless. But when she showed up, she
gone
was like,
around.
"Alright, you know what guys, I'm gonna play nice. Just bring me 3 pigeons and 3 sparrows from each household and I'll be on my way." Okay. What are they for exactly? We're just hungry. I mean, we got some food too. We could just give— I'm sorry, did I fucking stutter? Alright, birds it is. Then, once the creatures were in Olga's hands, she had each of her
What?
soldiers tie a
Oh, good.
cloth-bound piece of sulfur to one of the birds' feet, which was then set alight. The birds were then released all at once, and when they flew back into the city, their nests acted like little piles of tinder, resulting in nearly every house in the entire city erupting in flames simultaneously.
That is
And while the whole
insane.
place burned to the ground, Olga just sat and watched. By the way, it's worth mentioning that, after her death, Olga was canonized as a Catholic saint, presumably around the same time as Saint Tiffany, who went around pushing in the soft spots of babies, and Saint Jerry the Goat Fucker, who, as the name implies, fucked a lot of goats. In conclusion, pay your taxes. To my loyal subscribers, I'll see you in 3 months. I'm Salmonella, and thank you for watching.
Fucking Catholics. Jesus. What the fuck? Do you have any playlists about this? I wanna watch another. Important. Wait, why is this important? Hang on, I better mute. What is this? Christmas Dreams official trailer. How is this important? Okay. I don't think that's important. I don't. I'm gonna close that. Historical misconceptions. Ooh. It's important to him? Oh, okay. Mass hysteria throughout history? I want to know. Wait, can I learn? Is it okay? Can we learn?
Hey kids, if you've ever been Black Friday shopping or visited the Diablo subreddit recently, chances are you've had mass hysteria at some point. Mass hysteria is known medically as mass psychogenic illness, or MPI for short.
This stuff is interesting.
When a bunch of people start acting a fool for no discernible reason other than maybe a stressful environment. Being that this sort of thing is naturally very noticeable, there's loads of documented cases found all throughout history. Let's take a look at a few. This first one.
You know what kind of brought on a lot of mass hysteria? The certain virus that happened in 2020 and TikTok and its influence upon the Zoomers and the youth and how crazy they all went. But I won't get into that.
This video in the first place. So one day, sometime in the Middle Ages, a group of nuns in a French convent were enjoying a quiet, uneventful day until one of them decided to start meowing. You know, like a cat.
Meow? Meowing like a cat? Why?
4 seconds before another nun was like, "Excuse me, Sister Gertrude, would you kindly cut the shit?" But instead, another nun joined in, and another, until basically the entire nunnery was exchanging mouths like
this is like me and my friends.
Card enthusiasts. This wasn't just a one-time thing either.
We do this.
It basically became integrated into their way of life. It said that on a given day, they would stand there meowing in each other's faces for hours at a time. Could you imagine being the first outsider to witness this?
Yeah.
You might laugh now, but as they say, everybody gangsta till the nuns start meowing.
Yeah.
I'd void my bowels and move to Malaysia without even thinking. Miles more terrifying than this pile of garbage. As you can imagine, though, after a while it stopped being scary.
Average VTuber collab, yeah.
Leading to the neighbors calling in a band of soldiers to deal with the situation. Hey guys, can we talk to you for a sec about Yeah, that. All due respect, but we have orders to literally beat the hell out of you with whips till you start acting like people again.
What
Sorry,
the fuck?
Sir. It's just force of habit. Haha, habit. Seriously though, we would rather go to hell for throttling a gaggle of nuns than put up with another minute of your bullshit, caprese. Our next event took place in the parish of Fatima, Portugal in the year 1917. It all started with 3
Is it volume
shepherd
okay, guys? Let
children,
me know.
ages 10, 9, and 7 respectively. They were like, "Greetings, fellow Portugueseites. We've been seeing visions of the Virgin Mary, and she told us to tell you that some real crazy shit's gonna go down in the sky on October 13th. Now, if 3 random farm children started spouting out prophecies to the public today, you'd say, "Ha, what tomfoolery. Go play in some dirt, you dirty little dirt baby." But keep in mind, the past is a different country. And Portugal's a different country. So that's like different countries squared you gotta think about. Plus this was during World War I, a time where a lot of people were holding out for a miracle to begin with.
Guys, imagine you so like imagine you did something like you know when you do something kind of embarrassing or silly, and then the person like, and when you tell people about it, they go, well, you know, you're probably the only one that remembers that happened. No one else even thinks about it, and then you see like hundreds and like thousands of years later, people are still talking about it, and it's in history books. In a video on this thing called the internet, called YouTube, about hysteria, and this guy drew it in MS Paint, and then this thing called a VTuber with weird face recognition as a rabbit is watching it and laughing about it now. Imagine. That's funny.
So the kid's story was actually picked up and even spread by local newspapers, to the point where, when the day finally came, at least 30,000 people gathered in Fatima to witness the alleged miracle. Lo and behold, on that day, the sun began zooming around, careening towards Earth and sending rays of multicolored light cascading across the sky.
That's literally impossible.
Like nobody's ever seen. Keep in mind, this happened in the 20th century, way after the era where belief in divine jiggery and or pokery was considered mandatory. So naturally, there were plenty of skeptics and non-believers present, and even they saw it all happen.
No!
Or so they thought. How do we know the sun didn't really whiz around haphazardly that day, Well, number one, use your frickin' brain.
Impossible!
And number two, accounts differed wildly from person to person. While some say the sun zigged hither, others say it zagged thither, and others said it shined a brilliant yellow and stayed perfectly still. As such, it was eventually concluded that the event was just a combination of MPI and weird eye stuff from too much
and people staring at the sun, yeah.
It was real, just that Jesus' illusion skill was way higher than his alteration at the time. Yep, that's it. Sam's going to hell. Why, for blasphemy? Trust me, that was the least offensive part of that joke. Our next tale took place in 1962 in Tanganyika, which was basically just the beta version of Tanzania. The nation had just declared its independence from Britain the previous year, and with the future so uncertain, tensions were naturally running high around this time. One little girl in a Tanganyikan school ended up handling the stress in a bit of an unusual way. Rather than overeating or staring at her ceiling for hours like a normal person, she just started laughing, and laughing, and laughing. Pretty soon, her classmates at the all-girls school she attended began to join in, to the point where 95 of the 159 students caught the gigglies, which lasted anywhere from a few hours to 16 days straight.
Wow.
Beyond just the unprovoked cackling, other odd behavior included aimless running and occasional violence.
What the
problem
fuck?
got so severe that the school was forced to close down temporarily, leading to the chortlers roaming the streets, spreading the affliction further. Thousands of people from all strata came to be affected, with 13 additional schools being shut down in the process.
For following.
Over the course of the hysteria,
what the hell?
Other symptoms began to present themselves as well, ranging from obvious ones such as breathing problems, fainting, random screaming, to more anomalous things like rashes. Despite all this, no physical cause could be found, leaving MPI as the only explanation.
It's just people, yeah.
Died down after between 6 and 18 months.
Wow, that's a long time.
Depending on the village. While this whole thing likely sucked for most people involved, it probably could have been worse. A lot of the time when I'm alone, I'll think to myself, man, if I ever go full schizo, I hope I'm one of the laughy ones, not one of the screamy ones. With this story in mind, just maybe, if I put my mind to it and believe hard enough, I can be both. Flashback to the year 1518 to the city of Strasbourg, at the time part of the HRE. A woman named Mrs. Trophy began fervently dancing in the streets for no discernible reason, for hours, then days. All without music, of course. Her only breaks consisted of occasional food intake and passing out from exhaustion when night came. If you saw that today, you'd just be like, ha! Drugs. But apparently people found it pretty inspiring, because within a week, 34 others had joined in.
Inspiring?
And there were around 400. This wasn't your casual bobbing up and down neither.
Before drugs, like, people literally just got, like, high on life and did stupid shit for no reason. It just goes to show, like, how crazy the human brain is, that it can somehow convince itself because other people are doing something, you should do it too. And it, like, literally convinces itself to start acting the exact same way. It's really, really interesting and strange. And it happens in, like, all kinds of things. People can convince themselves that they have certain disorders, illnesses, things wrong with them, behavioral issues, just because the people around them are doing the same thing. That's how sometimes you see a group of people, if they all grow up together, they can all turn out really weird in the same way because they've somehow convinced themselves that they all have the same thing, which a lot of the time maybe one of them does, but all the other ones have somehow convinced themselves. And you can see that, like, with stuff like this in a very extreme way, how, like, yeah, it can just somehow convince itself to do the exact same thing as other people. I don't know why it does that. But yeah, alcohol has been around for pretty much as long as recorded history. Yeah, no, I mean, I know it has, but, I mean, stuff like this, I mean, alcohol, yeah, it can make you, like, do weird shit, but I feel like stuff like drugs are the kind of things that make you kind of do stuff like for days and days on end, or have crazy amounts of energy like that you would probably see with these, you know? Yeah.
Shit made Zumba look like Tai Chi. Here's the best modern day simulation I could find.
What the fuck?
Now imagine that both of those people were the same person and you got the dancing plague. This would take a toll on any healthy person, let alone a medieval city dweller. But despite bleeding feet and aching bones, they just kept going. In fact, they went so hard for so long that a good portion straight up fucking died from cardiac arrest.
They died?
To the point where around
Why?
15 dancers were kicking the bucket every day before the city decided they had to do something about it. They managed to rule out any divine or supernatural causes, which was necessary just because, you know, back in medieval times, it was fucking stupid. They eventually surmised that it was a natural disease caused by too much hot blood, as per that whole four humors thing that was popular at the time. As for a cure, their prescription was, get this, more dancing. I can see where they were coming from. It's pretty sound logic. If you got a song stuck in your head, you play it till you're sick of it, same kind of thing. But here's where they goofed. The authorities actually went out of their way to facilitate the dancing, setting up a big stage area and even hiring musicians to keep
what the hell?
moving. All this achieved was attracting more passerby who were like, man, mass psychogenic illness looks frickin' epic, let's get in on that, causing the contagion to become even more widespread. Seeing that their solution backfired, the city then went the other way and completely banned any public dancing. Those who still showed signs of the mania were subsequently carted off to the Shrine of St. Vitus, where an exorcism-like ritual was performed on them. This ended up being highly effective, presumably for no other reason than that the dancers believed it would work, and after nearly 2 months, the plague was quelled. While this whole thing was most likely a case of good old-fashioned MPI, some historians believe it might have been egged on in part by ergotism, a state of psychosis brought on by eating tainted bread, which I talked a little bit about in this video. Ding. And hey, while I'm shilling for my channel, I might as well give a shout out to another as well. Today's video was sponsored by
No cheeses. No cheeses. One more. I want to know more about historical inventions. Creative weapons of the medieval era. Wait, did we already watch this? Yeah, we did. No. Let me watch obscure inventions.
Alright, after months upon months of unrelenting pressure by you psychopaths pretending to be my characters on Twitter, I finally got a merch store.
Don't care.
Kids, if I learned anything from my middle school career, it's that what may seem like a good idea initially will
Actual shirt! I wore to school regularly. There's no fucking way he wore that to school regularly. That's so embarrassing. We should write that down for the history books.
As a foolish mistake. Here's a few pieces of technology from yesteryear that have since fallen into total obscurity. So I've always believed that there's no point in having many small things when you can have one big
How's that
thing.
obscure?
Why have many shrimp when you can have one lobster? Why drink many glasses of milk when you can eat one udder? Why have many cheese-its when you can have one cheese-them? Patent pending. And why have many street lights when you can have one moonlight tower? These guys were real popular back in the 1880s and 90s.
Is that the save icon? Don't piss me off.
150 feet tall and illuminating several blocks from a single point.
That kind of makes sense.
Matter of fact, they were so dim, we didn't even have the conscience to just call them light towers. Had to go and stick the moon on the front so people didn't get their hopes up. But thanks to our good old friend, the inverse square law, you still needed a fuck ton of light to pull this off. So they used incredibly harsh and UV-emitting arc lights instead of incandescent bulbs.
Jesus.
All the light of the moon and all the vision
Moon
damage
towers,
of the
there's
sun,
still some,
win-win.
really?
Sadly, these beasts have
In
fallen by the
Texas.
wayside over the
Wow.
past century or so. Except for in Austin, apparently.
Oh,
So they use friendly
hey.
mercury vapor lamps in them, so they only get half points. Now, anyone who's been around a baby
Wow.
long enough knows they always have a cloud of ghoulish stench hovering around them. Jeez Louise, somebody better
Jeez,
air out
hey.
that musty little muskrat before Grandma starts drooping again. You could stick him on the clothesline for a while, but knowing that little moron, I'm sure he'd find a way to hurt himself somehow. Introducing the baby cage. Finally, city dwellers all across the nation have a
Baby
way of
cage?
unleashing their postnatal funk on the unsuspecting passerby below.
What the
These were in
fuck?
vogue for a while before falling out of style a bit of the way into the 20th century, because apparently society started deeming babies more valuable than air conditioners. I don't really get it personally, but this is also around the time we started putting lead in gasoline, so it's probably for the best we kept them inside all day. Matter
Wow.
of fact, it's my firm belief that without kids growing up breathing lead, there's no way pet rocks would have taken off in the 70s. Wow, alienating baby boomers. He's so brave and controversial. Now, in the days between the Great War and the not as great but still pretty alright war, people were trying
Hang
to find
on.
efficient means.
Wait a damn minute. Hey. I had a bedrock. What's wrong with having a bedrock? Wow, okay. Wow. Don't say that about Rocco. Don't say that about Rocco. Yes, I had a pet called Rocco, and I even made him a little house. Yeah. And he had different emotions. He had two sides, a happy and a sad side, and I flipped him over when he's sad. Because he had feelings and emotions and everything. Very interesting. Did you know that? Yeah. Kiki, lead was only banned in Australia in the 1990s? Uh-oh. What year in the 1990s? This is very important. In 1990 was it banned? Or in the 1990s? Which year? Please, tell me which year. Please, tell me which year it was. Please, please, which year was it? Which year? Please, what year was it? What year? Come on, I need to know. Fuck! Fuck! 1998 to 2002, it's so over. It's so over for me. Bye, guys. I'm dying an early death.
Of detecting an incoming air attack. They climbed their nation's tallest mountains to seek the wisdom of their greatest elders, and the wise men said, big ears. So that's what they did. These giant discs were known as
They made
acoustic
big
boomers, and were designed
ears?
to focus incoming sound over a 5-meter diameter into a single point. They were reasonably effective as listening devices. A few of them in Britain were able to pick up the sound of a plane from all the way across the English Channel. Of course, radar came along soon after, rendering these things completely useless beyond looking brutalist as hell. For real,
Big
instant album cover
ears.
material right here. Ah! One of the Pep Boys is pulling a Spanish Inquisition on this poor wayward harlot. Huh. Just kidding. Despite the fact that this looks so very, very much like a state-of-the-art instrument of torture, it's actually just a beauty micrometer. Think those shoe size measure things at Foot Locker, only instead of one primitive measurement, it records the entire topology of your face and skull at once.
Wow.
With this data, a trained cosmetologist would be able to pinpoint exactly what features of your head should be enhanced and reduced with makeup.
Wait, that's
in order
like a
to
good
achieve
idea.
A maximum calculated attractiveness after you've paid for their services. Clearly,
Don't you have a positive cancel tilt? Let's see how good your jawline is. Huh? Let's see how big your jowls are.
this device must have been effective. After all, beauty is entirely objective. What, eye of the beholder?
Check the name tag, buddy. Apparently, though, women didn't like being strapped into a bird cage and having their every minute flaw meticulously laid out in front of them. So this thing never really took off in the end. Next, we have the Humlauf. This was a device during World War II designed to let infantry shoot around corners. It's like the Germans sat down and watched that part in Tom and Jerry where the conniving rat bends the gun barrel back at his adversary.
The conniving rat!
They came in a variety of angles between 30 and 90 degrees, and even came with a little periscope. So
what? That's actually so it's smart. I like that. What's it called again? Krumlauf.
Designed to let infantry shoot around corners. It's like the Germans sat down and watched that part in Tom and Jerry where the
smart.
Rat bends the gun barrel.
It's actually a good idea.
Adversary. They said, "Mein Gott." They came in a variety of angles between 30 and 90 degrees, and even came with a little periscope so you could see what you were
very
shooting
smart.
at. But as we all come to find out when we reach adolescence, cartoons are the arbiters of deceit, because these things would invariably break within the first couple hundred shots or so. And even when they did work, the rounds would fucking explode from the massive acceleration, turning a deadly bullet into an ineffectual spray of shrapnel. These were so ineffective that only the 30-degree model ever saw significant production beyond prototypes, and even that was very limited. Say, you ever look at regular mouse traps and go, not enough property damage? Well, check this out. Patented in 1882, it's the revolver mousetrap, brought to you by the makers of the snail trebuchet and the cockroach claymore. Thanks to the marvels of the modern era, all those tiresome hours of intense varmint slang can be outsourced to one little gadget on the floor of your kid's playroom. Now when you hear a gunshot in the middle of the night, you can rest easy knowing that, one way or the other, there's one less pest for you to deal with in the morning. Boom. 1850. Steam locomotives are all the rage. You're in the transport business, but all you can afford is a couple dumb horses. Sure, they move things from point A to point B almost as well at a fraction of the cost, but your cool rail riding friends called you a whack ass and it really hurt your feelers. Well, have we got the invention for you? The Impulsoria uses an ingenious system of treadmills to turn that horse to be beckoned into a force to be reckoned.
Wow.
Sure, it's expensive as hell to make and limits your services entirely to railroads, but just look at it. Instant Pussymobile. Slap some rims and a spoiler on that, you're laughing.
Terrible.
This machine is recorded at having a maximum output of 2 to 4 horsepower, which sounds about right, and it didn't see much use outside a couple exhibitions. Now, if there's one hobby that people in the past enjoyed, it's smoking. Whoo boy did they like smoking. And with every great wholesome activity comes a million novelty items to go along with it. Everyone's seen the long cigarette. But
I love the long cigarettes.
Want to smoke in the rain?
They look so nice.
Snorkeling? Hey, you know what's more important than oxygen? Nicotine. But hey, want to know the only thing better than a cigarette? 2 cigarettes. You know what? Fuck it. Have the whole pack.
Yeah!
If you're trying to cut back, you can always share it with a friend. Aww,
yeah!
But you know what's even more fun than addiction? High-quality documentaries. That's
Hell
why you should
yeah.
check out Curiosity Stream. From the face behind the Discovery Channel.
No. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's so romantic. I'd start smoking again just to do that with you, Champy. Wait, I want to know about scandalous popes. Wait, guys, wait, one more. Come on then. Wait, the craziest projects? Wait, I want to know. Wait, I want to know about, yeah. Lesser known Christmas folklore characters. Like, can we learn about this one? This is a good one. Guys, what about La Bufana? Is it gonna have La Bufana in it?
Hey kids, hope you had yourself a merry little whatever. I know I did. What do you like best about the holiday experience? My personal favorite part is where we systemically brainwash children into thinking they're supernatural beings who judge their every move and then invade.
Why are you kicking your legs like that?
Everyone knows Santa. Good old Saint Nick. Old Father Christmas, old Christopher Kringle, old Elpheus Prime, slayer of elk and bringer of Xboxes. And you've probably heard of some other characters somewhere too. Guys like Krampus,
Twitch raid! Twitch raid! Who's raiding my Twitch? Who's raiding my Twitch? Who's raiding my Twitch channel? Who's Who just raided my Twitch channel? Huh? Who's raiding my Twitch channel? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alice. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Today we're learning about medieval warfare, and it's gonna be so much fun. I just realized I spelt it as medieval. Did I spell it wrong? Medieval. Oh wait, I spelt it right. Did I? Medieval. I spelt it right. I spelt it right. I spelt it right. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yippee. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're just watching some stuff right now. Watching some videos. Yeah, I realized I spelled it correctly. I knew that. I just looked at it for a second. I'm like, that's wrong. But yeah, if you guys don't know me, my name is Kiki. If you want to check me out, I stream on YouTube and I stream on Twitch. So if you'd like to check my YouTube out, because I'll be able to see more of your messages on there, please be sure to check it out down below. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you're having a good time. It's been so much fun. We've learned about the creative sandwiches. We've learned about trebuchets. We've learned about weird people going hysterical and dancing for days until they all drop dead. And we've learned about many different things. Yeah, it's been really fun. I've been really enjoying today. It's been great.
Nickel, Charlie Brown, Xi Jinping.
We're learning now about folklore, Christmas folklore characters quickly. I've found this channel. I'm enjoying all the videos.
More obscure Yuletide beings from different cultures all across the globe, but mostly Europe. Now, this first creature's name comes from the Welsh. As a matter of moral principle, I personally don't formally recognize the Welsh language. Maybe someday they'll figure out how W's and Y's work, then it'll be a different story. But for the time being, you'll have to excuse me for not condoning bullshit.
You underestimate your smartness? You mean my intelligence? Thank you.
Allegedly called Marie-Louise isn't a true mythical creature per se, but more so a tradition carried out for at least the past few centuries in South Wales. No, I mean Old South Wales. This is how it works. Every holiday season, the village rapscallion will take a horse's skull and affix it to the end of a pole.
What the
Kind of like one of these things, except, you know, awful. The skull is typically decorated in some way, and sometimes they put in a lever so you can make the
That's
mouth
so
move
disturbing.
on it.
What
Then
the
a white
fuck?
sheet is draped over the pole and its holder,
That's
thus
terrifying.
giving the illusion that Famine himself has come to destroy all your figgy pudding. From here, one would think that the nightly festivities would include welshing your trousers and repenting for a lifetime of naughtiness, but no, it gets better. You know that whole mouth-moving thing? Turns out that's not just for taking wild snaps at the faces of innocent children. The Marie-Louise and its party of caretakers will go around to random houses and sing a song about wanting to be let inside. The inhabitants are then expected to sing back with excuses as to why they don't want this abomination in their home. All in rhyme, of course. This goes back and forth until either the Marie-Louise gives up, or the party's invited in, at which point they get to raid your pantry and drink all your beer.
What the
if you
hell?
find yourself rap battling a horse skull in South Wales, don't
That's
panic.
so
It's
random.
normal, I guess.
What
Next
is-
we have Frau Perchta, a witch-like being said to visit during the holidays in the Alpine regions of Germany and Austria. Depictions of Perchta can range anywhere between beautiful woman and whatever the hell this is. but
Ah!
usually they fall somewhere in between.
That's
She's also
terrifying.
sometimes shown with this big weird floppy goose foot.
I
That's
have
'cause she's
that.
apparently real into spinning. Not the 2-foot kind though, the 1-foot kind. It's
I
said
have
that
a-
this delightful
I have a
spinster
foot like
pays a
that.
visit to all the little wiener schnitzels on the 12th night.
All
of
the
Christmas.
wiener
If you were well
schnitzels.
behaved and hardworking this year, she might leave you a small silver coin in your shoe. How kind. But if you've been
Wow.
an inattentive young lady and didn't spin all your flax that year, Perchta will trample all your half-woven fibers as punishment, and you'll say, weird flax, but okay. Fucking cut that out, Jesus. Then there's the stuff Perchta considers especially naughty, which can vary depending on who you
You were so
ask.
loud
If you
compared to
left
the
your
video?
house
Oh, sorry. Sorry. You could have just said it. Instead of being a meanie poo. Instead of being meanie poo about it.
mess, or you didn't leave out the traditional bowl of porridge, or maybe you didn't eat your ceremonial fish and gruel
Is that
on
better?
feast day, that's when you've been a real
hope so.
goober.
As recompense, she'll rip out your fucking intestines through your abdominal wall
Hang on a
and then
fucking
stuff your
minute.
empty body. She'll leave out,
Wait
which
a
can vary
minute.
depending on who you ask. If you left your house a mess, or you didn't leave out the traditional bowl of porridge, or maybe
Bowl
you
of
didn't eat your
porridge.
ceremonial fish and gruel on feast day, that's when you've been a real goober. As recompense, she'll rip out your
I didn't
fucking
know.
intestines through your
No.
abdominal wall and then stuff your empty body cavity with pebbles and straw until you're just as plump as when she started.
What the fuck?
So, you know, you win some, you lose some. Nobody knows what she does with your freshly harvested innards after she leaves. But being that she
That's
lives in
terrifying.
the mountains and has an obsession with thread making, I think we can all infer the obvious truth.
What the
of
hell?
course, no discussion of folklore of any kind can truly be complete
That's so
without taking
scary.
a look at Iceland. Between the centuries
Iceland?
of isolation and the volcanic
Oh.
fumes constantly spilling out over the countryside, it's no wonder that they're one of the world's biggest exporters of
Is it
whack-ass
better now, guys, the
mythology.
volume?
Seriously, according to one 1998 survey, over 54% of Icelandic citizens said they believed in elves.
That's
Let me repeat
insane.
that, just so we're all
They
clear.
believe in elves?
1998, the majority of the population of Iceland said they believed in elves.
That's
and a very large
horrible.
portion probably still does today. As such, the cast of characters said to visit during the holiday season over there is naturally quite diverse. The main lineup consists of the family pictured here. This is the leader of the
I will turn it down a notch. Hang on a second. I'll turn it down a teeny weeny bit. Like this.
verse. The main lineup consists of the family pictured here. This
That's
is the leader of the bunch,
absolutely
a troll,
terrifying.
goblin, ogreish type lady named Grilla. Grilla just
Gorilla.
fucking eats kids. That's it. She's
Really?
said to prefer the
What's a
naughty ones, but
folklore being so fucked up like this? Like, that's fucking terrifying.
as long as it's small and made out of kid, she's game. Then you got her husband, Le Palu, who lives
Le
with her in her
Palu.
cave, generally considered to be equally ogreish. When the holidays roll around, if there's no
Yeah, white
soot in your
children.
fireplace, he'll reward you with a pickled herring. But if it's
What?
dirty,
I
he'll
want a
scoop up
pickled
the ash
herring.
and dump it in your bed. Ooh. Nah, just messing with you. None of that's true. He also just eats children. The couple also
Oh.
has a giant cat called, this. The cat's main concern is
Wow.
whether or not a person received new clothes for Christmas. Pretty hypocritical considering it walks around naked all the time.
What
but
the
whatever.
fuck is...
Anyway, if
who
you got
made
new
this shit up? What the fuck is... Who made this shit up? That's so fucking weird. This is really fucking weird. Parents scaring kids into behaving? I know, but that's like so fucked up. Iceland, what is wrong with you?
clothes, then good for you. You got new clothes. On the other hand, if you didn't get any, well, can you guess what he does? You want to take a wild stab? Yeah, that's exactly right. He fucking eats you, children.
Why is
Adults,
everyone
doesn't
eating
matter. He'll
you?
even devour your dog. He doesn't care. Finally, you got the best of the bunch, the 13 Yule lads.
The
each of
Yule
which visits
lads!
on a different day.
We need a champy edit of the Yule lads. We need a champ. These are the champies. These are the champies. The champies are the Yule lads. That's you. You guys become the Yule lads on Christmas. I completely believe this.
leading up to Christmas. They're kind of like the 7 dwarves, but whereas those guys are jolly and helpful and stupid shit like that, the only real goal of the Yule lads is to harass and inconvenience people as much as possible.
Never mind.
And each one has a unique way that they go about doing that.
Really?
I'm gonna go through all 13. Now
Wow.
please remember, I am making none of this up. I'm not even gonna try to say
You
the
were making
Icelandic
none
names,
of it
so I'll just
up.
give
I
you
don't
guys the
believe
English
it.
translations, which are very apt, by the way. First, you got Sheepcoat Clod.
Sorry, I need a minute. I need a second. I'm sorry, I need a second. I need a second. I need a second. I need a second. Okay.
Which are very apt, by the way. First, you got Sheepcoat Clod, who goes around harassing sheep, but he's easy to catch on account of his peg legs.
What
then
the
there's
fuck?
Gully Gulk, who hides in gullies to steal milk from your cows. There's Stubby, he's real short. He eats the leftover crust out of pie pans. This one's called Spoon Licker. He licks spoons. He's also incredibly thin on account of malnutrition for some reason. There's Pot Scraper, he scrapes pots. And Bowl Licker, who's like Spoon Licker. The key difference here being that he licks bowls. You got Door Slammer, who slams doors in the middle of the
That's
night.
so
And
weird.
then Skier Gobbler, who gobbles up all your skier, which is like a Nordic yogurt type thing.
What the
Whoa, who's that up
fuck?
in the rafters? It's Sausage Swiper, of course. Here to swipe your sausages. And who's that in the windows? You bet your ass it's Window Peeper. Look at him peep. And who could forget our favorite, Doorway Sniffer, who sniffs your doorway with his giant freakish nose to seek out bread. There's Meat Hook, he steals your meat with a hook. And finally, Candle Stealer, who fucking, you get the picture. So, if you know some kids who just won't behave, maybe it's time to take a page out of Iceland's book come next holiday season. And remember, your friend dressed up as Gorilla doesn't have to actually eat the kids. Just bite him a couple times, that'll be enough. Anyway, with New Year's right around the corner, the time comes to make our New Year's resolutions. While you may spend New Year's Eve getting hella turned, why not spend New Year's Day
No, it's gonna be an ad. I know it is. Oh, what the fuck was that? Guys, that was so terrible. That's like so oddly specific. Like the person who made it's like least favorite things is doorway sniffing, bowl scraping, spoon licking. Is someone eating their yogurt? Like that was so random. What the fuck is that? Doorway sniffing. That's so weird. I don't. What the fuck? That's so weird. I don't like that. I don't like it. That's which one are you? Are you Window Peeper? Spoon Licker? You're can't get enough of those doorways. Of course. That's so insane. That's really crazy. Content to watch off stream. Oh, thank you. I'll watch that off stream. Yeah. Watch this. I don't know if I can. Let's see. Oh, top 5s is gonna fuck me over for that. I don't know. They make sure it's filtered correctly. No, I don't want shorts. Don't give me shorts. Forged iron sword versus cast iron sword. Interesting. Evolution of British troops kits of Jin. Oh, that's just a video showing all the photos. Okay. I feel like these are all AI and shit. Or shorts. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Let's just see. Creative medieval weapons. I want to see some of the more creative ones. I don't know about top 5s though. I don't trust it. Well, can I watch this? Oh, I don't want to see World War One. I want to see like medieval. Yeah, YouTube said sucks. Hmm. Can I watch this or not?
Hello number ones, welcome back to my channel. This is the
Never mind. Would it let me watch Todd's Workshop? Lindsay Beige. Okay, I'll look her up. Will she strike me? Lindy. Will she strike me? Or he? Sorry. I don't know, I assumed it was a girl. Lindy sounds like Linda. Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Oh, I want to learn about Crusader helmets. I don't think he will. Okay. I've seen a lot of stuff with Crusader helmets, and I always wanted to know or learn more about it. He's fed up with that? Oh, okay. Good to know.
Should you ever find yourself in the Middle East battling Saracens in the mid-13th century, then you'll probably be wearing one of these. This is known as a chapelle de fer.
Let me just turn him up a bit. Yeah, he's a little quiet for me too, actually. Oh, he's on max volume for me. Let me turn this up to here. Hopefully this will help.
In the mid-13th century, then you'll probably be wearing one of these.
Is this okay?
This is known as a chapelle de fer, which just is Old French for iron hat. Although the earlier style didn't have the faceplate, there was just this top part, often with the nose guard, and then the faceplate got added later. And certainly most pictures I've seen of chaps fighting in these, they're in the Middle East fighting Saracens. Now the first thing I discover upon putting this on my head is that I can hear myself really amazingly well, though I suspect you can hear me considerably less well.
Actually, no, you sound fine.
My voice is just going straight into this faceplate and not.
You got holes in it for breathing.
I can see you pretty well. The amount of vision that's blocked by these eye slits is not too bad. I can see straight ahead fine.
I feel like it would get sweaty, wouldn't it?
You see up at about that sort of angle, so that's definitely
most old medieval terminology is
French.
French. Interesting.
That's about as far as my eye swivels anyway.
Oh,
a tiny turn of the head,
the peripheral.
180 degrees.
Cool.
It's down that I have a problem with. But this eye slit is quite tall, so I can see ahead of me and down reasonably well. I can see forwards and down at that angle. So if I'm running across,
I wonder if some of the different weapons and things of the time to combat these kinds of things were made or worked on based off of the armor that knights would have or crusaders would have at the time. That would be kind of cool. So say if crusaders couldn't see really far away from them because of helmets, they would try to make stuff from super far away. Or maybe if they couldn't really see, maybe someone could figure that out. I don't know. Surely there were people trying to look at that stuff and figure it out, especially if sieges went on for so long. I know, there would be no real way to, combat it, face to face, but if it was, figured out that they couldn't see very well in front of them or anything, yeah. I don't know.
Broken ground, I can see what's coming up. I can probably dodge things that way. When I'm running up a flight of stairs at home, I don't actually look at
visibility is a myth.
I look a couple of steps ahead. So I think that's probably all right.
Oh, they weren't?
Now this style went out of favour, and possibly
I want to see a champion in a helmet like this.
That's because it's got a flat top.
What's wrong with that?
The blow, of course, hitting there, which would be quite common blow, will be hitting the very strong part of the helmet. But one right on top is hitting a weaker part of the helmet, and even if the helmet doesn't give, your neck might give. That blow is going straight down on top of your head, and it's not glancing off, and that could stun you, break your neck. This flat-topped style didn't last for very long, but you know, it lasted a couple of generations, so it couldn't have been completely rubbish. A little bit later on, you get bigger helmets like this. Now this is actually pretty much the same thing, but the faceplate now gets extended.
I just realized that the reason why, because I always wondered why the eye holes were so long, because someone could easily put a sword in there. Well, not easily, it would be difficult to do that, but obviously it was for like their peripheral vision. I didn't even think about it until it was mentioned. The Crusader Great Helm was primarily worn on horseback. They would usually discard them when on foot, but they were large enough where you could wear a smaller helmet under. It called a skull cap. Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
And this would be worn over the top.
You know what I find is interesting? People talk about, or people theorize about how like chainmail is super ineffective, but like for the kind of weapons that they had, especially like close range weapons at the time, I feel like chainmail is like super effective, wouldn't it?
Of a padded coif and a mail coif as well. And now, I feel
people say chainmail wouldn't be effective. I've heard so many people talk about that. Anytime chainmail's brought up, people are like, oh, it wouldn't be very effective because there's holes all in it. But it's like, no, like if someone's slashing you with a sword, like there's no way you'd be able to get through the chainmail. It's really like good, yeah. And it's worn over things too. Yeah, it took ages to make. Yeah. But it's like effective. I feel I saw a video of someone with chainmail like using a sword on it, and yeah, it's really good. Yeah, and because and people, whenever people see like armor like this, they always think about, oh, what kind of modern day or more modern weapons would be able to go against it, and they don't even think about the weapons that were available at the time. They only needed shielding from the weapons that existed at the time. I mean, obviously as new stuff was created, it could mess with them, and it could make their armor inefficient or ineffective, but like, you know, it's humble. Yeah, it's effective against bladed weapons. Blunt weapons, not so much. Yeah, for bladed, yeah. Not, yeah, for blunt, it doesn't really give you any like protection, except maybe a little tittle. Yeah, mail Hallberg is better than plate. It is actually more expensive and harder to make than plate. I didn't know that, actually. Chainmail was very effective, and even when plate armor came into the picture, they would still chainmail under it. Yeah.
The eye slit is quite a bit narrower.
Yeah, that's what I noticed.
I have a big problem now looking down. Yes, I can see through these breaths, these little holes here.
We can see through the holes.
And I can see down a little bit through those. If lighting conditions were very good, if the ground were very pale, I would perhaps be able to see a little bit of the ground, but not much. And one of the most deadly blows to aim against me would be starting low and coming up, which is a very popular type of blow. And under the best of circumstances, that sort of blow is rather difficult to parry. And if you can't see it because your downward vision
you can't see.
Hampered, then
would they be super heavy?
Indeed. Again, you'll notice flat top, so it
they
has
look
the same
heavy
problem as the last helmet, which perhaps explains why this was superseded by this style, which is pretty much the same.
Oh,
but it's got
top.
The Sugarloaf top.
Sugarloaf.
This pointed arched top, very similar to the Norman helmet. And you may realise that the early Crusaders went to the Middle East with Norman helmets on. So this wasn't a new technology. It wasn't as though, wow, we've invented the arch-topped helmet. They'd been around
they saw it was
for
a problem,
many centuries.
and then they added it.
So the flat-topped helmet, it seems, was a temporary experiment. Why did they ever try it in the first place? I don't know.
Maybe it was easier to make.
So it couldn't have been an absolute failure, but they went back to this.
Well, actually, I feel like an inorganic kind of design like this would be easier to make than like something as perfect as a rounded top, right? I don't know. He covers a ton of topics, not just medieval. Have a look into it. Yeah, yes. It's the metal bucket, so yeah. Oh.
This shape, which causes blows to glance off.
Why you call him an old
neck,
coot?
which proved a lot more popular. I should really be wearing. Here it is. A padded coif underneath this. So it fits a little bit better. And
tried. Wait, come on, give him a second
and
try.
Now
there he
I
goes.
am really hampered in the hearing department. I'm certainly hearing myself.
Oh yeah,
clear.
that's the thing. It would mess with your hearing.
I'm limited in how much I can look up because this touches the back of my neck. And of course, if I'm wearing more padding and armor here, it would be.
But you'd have to have it covering the neck because it's so important, right? And that would probably be really hard to get around, making a material that's able to cover you and make sure that that things can't hurt you as much, but also like not prevent you from being able to look around and have all that mobility still.
More limited, so I can't.
Sheet metal wasn't really a thing back then, so it wasn't
To look up
significantly
now,
easier.
I really have to sort of lean back with my whole self. It's quite a heavy and awkward helmet, and well, it's not greatly popular with me.
He hates it.
It doesn't ring for any length of time. If I hit it, you can hear it go ding for about 1 second, something like that. It doesn't ring like a bell because it's got my head stuffed in it. Again, the breaths give me some vision down, but almost none. I would not like to fight in this for any length of time.
I'd be scared.
But then again, if I were wearing a coif underneath, I could ditch it, and there's another video in that.
The fly helm design was so they didn't mess up their trendy flat top haircuts. Of course, of course. Let me see this about chainmail. Oh yes, this is exactly what I was talking about. This is the video I saw actually about chainmail. Funny you brought this up. Hopefully it will let me. Oh, it's got so many views, I'm sure it's fine. This is a video I saw about it.
So, chainmail might be really good at stopping slashes, but how is it if you get stabbed? In response to your question, here's a second question. If you know you're going to get
Oh, sorry, it's probably very loud, sorry. Sorry about that. He was just quite quiet. Sorry. Yeah, I know it's a TikTok, but it's pretty interesting. Watch it.
So, chainmail might be really good at stopping slashes, but how is it if you get stabbed? In response to your question, here's a second question. If you know you're going to get stabbed, would you like to do it while wearing chainmail or not? Like, it's not quite as good at stopping you getting stabbed as it is stopping you getting slashed, but you'd definitely rather have it than not,
being
right?
slashed.
Something else to consider, especially if we're talking medieval Europe around the 14th, 15th century, is that the swords can get quite long. Like, if young Master Melon here wants to avenge his father's death, it's going to be a lot easier for me to cut him down by using this huge length of blade rather than just focusing on the tiny bit at the end.
Yeah, they don't even think about what weapons they have.
Well, let's test it out. Here it is without the armour. Pretty easy. Here it is with the armour. A lot harder. And here it is with armour and padding. A big cut, a little cut, and a little dent.
Interesting, isn't it? You don't really think about that, do you? Huh? Yeah. And that's nowhere near, I think, the kinds of stuff I had, right? Yeah. It's the same audio as you, roughly? Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Is this the one I just watched? I think it is. Halberds, what's that? Spears are better than swords? Bullshit.
And very kindly invited me to Fight Camp.
Thank you for inviting me, Matt.
Very welcome.
Yes, and whilst I was there, we thought it would be a jolly good wheeze to mount an experiment with spears. Now, you see, the spear is a bizarre, neglected weapon in
Bullshit! No, they're not.
The worlds of historical European martial arts.
No, they're not.
It was the most common, weapon in the past, the whole of the past, from Stone Age hunter-gatherers right the way up to the 20th century. Everyone used the spear, so it must have been pretty good.
No, it
Far and away,
wasn't.
the most common soldier in the ancient and medieval worlds was a guy with a spear in one hand and a big shield in the other. So this combination must have been really good to have proven so popular with so many people for so flipping long, and yet it's neglected. Now, Hema people,
No,
they know
they
their
don't.
swords. Oh yes, they know their swords. They've all tried backsword and small sword and long sword and great sword and messer and all those, but most of them have never used a spear before. So it's worth trying the experiment. Are spears better than swords? How can they possibly be? Because everyone knows a sword, great, right? But no,
We'll see.
spears are really good.
You don't
at these
need much training to be effective with a long pointy stick. I mean, spears are cool. No, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like spears are cool, but we'll see. Axe gang, axes. Well, axes with the motion of it. Hammer gang, hammer. It would depend on what you have.
Experiments, I think, clearly show, although they also show that the spear has certain
She doesn't
vulnerabilities.
hate
Now,
these spear bros. I don't hate spear
Are not
bros.
experts in
I
spears.
just need
They've
to
all
see
used
the
loads
proof.
of swords loads of times, but most of these people
Once I see the proof, I'll see the proof. I'll see the proof. Okay, I need the proof first.
People have never picked up a spear in their life, and those that had used it very seldom and not in combination with shield. So let's get on with the experiment. But before we do, if you find this very interesting and you want to know more, I've uploaded a longer version of this video which has all 65 bouts in it, as well as quite a bit of pre and post-match analysis from Matt Eason and me. Right, let's get on with it.
8-foot spear without shield against one-handed sword. Go!
Here you see
God.
the essential
Whoa.
problem for the swordsman. He cannot reach his opponent. He can weave about and parry with his sword to keep himself safe, but the only way he can win the fight is
The
to close
spear
with
is
his
longer.
foe.
What
Once up
about
close,
longsword,
he should
though?
beat the spearman.
Wrong. This is wrong because what about long swords? What about long swords? What about long swords? Yeah. What about very long swords? Wait, guys, need to pee. Just give me 1 second. One second. Hello, sorry, I'm back. Do you guys, by the way, are you guys enjoying these kinds of streams? This has been really fun so far. I've been really enjoying it. I would love to do more streams like this. I know maybe it's a little silly because I like talking about educational things and topics that I know about. Usually, like, such as animals or other biology things. But I don't know, it's kind of cool to learn about something that I don't know about, and maybe we learn together and stuff. But I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I would love to learn a bit about the I would love to learn about a little bit about the Roman Empire with you guys. Like have a proper stream where I learn about the Roman Empire. Let me just have some I'm filling this up with some more water. Any flail bros? Wooden stick with a chain and a spiked ball. The spiky balls are cool, but they look way too heavy. We'll get Kiki thinking about the Roman Empire once a day. It's just fun. I enjoy learning things, you know? It's really cool to be able to do this and learn at the same time.
But look how fast.
Okay, but what about, say you got a sword, right? Imagine you got a sword and you made it like a lighter version and... Hang on. That's just... I was just explaining a spear. Spear bros, ... The
head of the spear is. Yep. A sudden charge can work.
I
Once in
mean,
close, the spearman is doomed.
He died.
But most charges fail. Closing with a spearman, it turns out, is really difficult.
Whoa!
Really difficult. Really?
Whoa.
Difficult.
I mean,
Good,
you just
solid
got the
chest
length.
hit, but it's not impossible.
Oh.
The shorter weapon, once up close, has lots of options. The spear's length becomes a drawback.
Why is it always the groin?
Yeah, those look painful.
In these bouts between a spear and a variety of one-handed weapons, the results were spears 9, others 3.
Whoa, okay.
Right, but surely it would be easier for the swordsman to close with the spearman if he had a shield. So
Yeah.
let's start him off with a buckler.
Right, well, we might expect a bit more success from the swordsman. Possibly they didn't open with their most skilled user of the buckler.
That's a baby
Watch
shield.
How his buckler swings off to the left as
Bullshit.
he attacks, and he's dead. A more effective technique is to hold your shield in front of you. This guy gets in, and then the end is pretty quick. Alas, though, this technique
Whoa.
is not a guarantee of victory.
The spearman can be armed with a dagger. That's
Sometimes
true.
the swordsman got in.
But if the spearman is holding the spear with 2 hands, when would he be able to get his dagger then, you know? Yeah. I mean, yes, spears would definitely be easier to make. And in some places, spears weren't even metal like this. I mean, very, very, very long ago. Didn't they just make it by having really, really sharp sticks? I reverse engineered spears live on stream. I thought I had this amazing idea to make like a long sword, except the end of it is made out of something like a lighter material, but you still have like the tip of the sword. And then I realized that's just a fucking spear, isn't it? So now I'm a little pissed off because I thought I had this groundbreaking idea.
But more often not.
They were the main weapon for many armies? Here I was thinking they were swords. I had no idea. No, as in like... No, I was literally just explaining a spear. That's literally it. It's not even a reverse spear, it's just a spear. Yeah.
That's a double, and no one scores.
No one scores! What about a big shield? What if they had a huge shield?
This is a good fight. Good defensive work there.
Swords
Feints
used
high,
for
goes low,
self-defense.
got him.
Whoa!
Adding a buckler helped a bit. Sword and buckler men
The
won
spear
2
was
bouts,
just super
the
cheap?
spearman's
Yeah.
4.
Oh.
Well, it seems that we might need a bigger sword. So let's try
Yeah.
long sword.
Long swords. Here we go. Long swords.
Now everyone here had been to loads of longsword lessons. This man adopts the textbook ox stance and
Ooh.
closes and finishes with what they call zverchau.
Oh, I heard him. See,
This
longsword.
wasn't the universal result of longsword versus spear, however. This chap did get in once again, but in the main it was a tale of dying swordsmen.
He got him right in the heart.
In the bouts of
Waving his
longswords
silly
against
thing
spears,
around.
it was spears 4,
Common
longswords
sidearms, huh?
2.
All right then, What if the sword is a lot bigger? Let's try
Yeah.
two-handed spy-hander.
These men have
Spy-hander.
learned great sword patterns and tried
Big
some out.
long sword.
They are big and scary, but they are predictable.
I just
And
bopped
this was
them in the
pattern for what
face.
followed. Massive spy-handers losing out to the much more nimble and precise spears.
That's insane. Did they get the best person on the spear? I don't get it. This isn't fair. They rigged it. There's no way that that puny little spear is beating the big cool sword just by a poke. There's no way. But like, okay, I've got a question. How come the spears win though? How do you kill someone with a spear? Do you just have to stab them a lot of times, or is that when once you get them down? Is that once you get your sidearm out and you get the knife out or the sword or something to kill them with, you know? As swords get bigger, they also get heavier. Yes, but what if you had one that was very light? Anyway. Yes. It's like fighting with a shotgun against a sniper. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Most people react poorly to being stabbed. Well, yeah. Spears are long knives, so all you need to do is stabby stab. Yes. Getting stabbed is often a death sentence, even if just once. Well, I guess with a spear it would be, because you're putting it out as soon as you put it in. You know? I don't know. You flank their formation. Yeah. My four-corner stick is a strong... Yeah. You can also one-hand a spear so you can use a shield. Oh! Is that effective? Do you still get the same control? Tape a knife to a stick. Congratulations, you have a spear. Yeah, I was thinking about other ways you could like make a sword, but it'd be like lighter but every time I think about it, it's still a spear. It's still coming out with a spear.
Spears 4, great swords 0.
This was a surprise to me, a mild surprise, but I was expecting some success with the greatsword against the spear. I would say that one of the reasons that the greatsword has failed was that the longer a weapon is, if it's made out of nylon, then the floppier it is. And so a real greatsword, which would have been made out of much stiffer metal, would have fared a bit better against the stiff wooden spears that we were using. But I think that's a minor point.
Great sword. Yeah. Great swords look awesome, Source. They look awesome, Source. Like, that's smart. See, like this. See? Like this. Like, that's cool. Like a big stabby sword. Yeah. A big stabby sword. Is that a spear or a sword? Or is it a spord? If you really think about it. I mean, technically it kind of looks like a speared. A speared? It kind of looks like a spear if you really think about it. Pole-arm weapons are a thing. It looked like a schnaz, really. That's a pole arm. Pole arm bike. It's not spear. It's a schnaz. It's a little thing. Look up what a halberd is. Okay. Halberd. Two-handed pole arm. A halberd, also known as a halberd, is a two-handed pole arm that came to prominent use from the 13th to 16th centuries. The halberd consists of an axe blade topped with a spike mounted on a long shaft. This looks really good. This looks perfect. Halberd. Well, that doesn't look yeah, it's like a mix of, I mean, take the, like, I mean, the axe part is cool. I feel like the axe, if it was not sharp, I don't know why, whenever I see, like, axes like this, I always feel like they're very blunt. I don't know. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. Whoa. That's so cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's perfect. Like the perfect all-in-one weapons. Fancy spear. Yeah, these look like perfect. Halberd. Virgin Executioner Sword versus the Chad Halberd. Not designed for combat. Can't pierce armor with light attacks. Can't stab, virtually useless. Looks gay. Blunt tip. Looks like a spoon. Brain dead gameplay. Up, down, left, right. Requires no skill. Complex design. Lots of combos. Highly skill intensive. Long and pointy. Looks cool. Long stick is useful for a variety of things. Actually, weapon designed for combat. Every attack pierces armor. Wow. What the fuck? There's so many of these. What? This is so bullshit. The Virgin Melee versus the Chad Archer. Wears heavy protection because he fears the archer. Insists that the game was made for melee only. Hates archers but can only whine about them. Practices in combat meticulously in duel lobbies. Gets backstabbed in a real fight anyways. Despite his hate for archers, still uses a fairly high-ranged weapon to outrange his enemies. Plays the game as he pleases, doesn't practice at all. His aim is perfect from playing shooters with his many bros. Fears no one armor, only used for style. What the fuck? No. No! I like that. Yes, if I had any weapon, my main weapon of choice would be the halberd. It's like the perfect weapon. No, I didn't get a new mic. I just installed like new drivers for my mic. Does it sound better now? Does my microphone sound better? Let me know. Literally all I did is installed like new drivers. Thank you so much for being a member for 1 month. Thank you. Spear versus halberd. What is the true king of medieval weapons? I don't know. God. I want to do this. This looks so cool. I want to do this. No, come on, halberd. Come on. I want to do it. Guys, can I do this? What's this called? I can't laugh though because I'm a woman. And like, people firstly won't take me seriously. Secondly, I don't want to be around all those men. Not to be rude. But I don't want to be rude. But I really don't. No, I don't want to be around a ton of weird men. Sorry. I don't want to be, sorry, I know that sounds terrible, but like, I'm a married woman. I don't want to be around weird men, sorry. And firstly, I may ruin the dynamic of the group, because I'll be a woman in there. Ugh, gross. No. That's kind of sad. It's sad, but unfortunately that's true. I can't do any of my hobbies, because of all the men. in the hobbies and no women in the hobbies, and I don't want to be around the men because I don't like talking to men because I'm a married woman. Sorry, I can't do it. Because you know what? I'll never be taken seriously or be able to be spoken to as a, you know, no guy will actually really genuinely want to have a conversation with me, and I don't want to have a conversation with them either. So yeah, I could LARP with you guys. What's it called here? Sounds like a you problem? Oh, it absolutely is. I know it's not for everyone. It's just me personally. I don't want to do it. HEMA. I want to do HEMA. Yeah. They're all of women. Oh, I'm not talking about HEMA. I'm talking about LARPing. No. HEMA. No. A woman doing HEMA is cool. I want to do that. HEMA's different. No. I want to do HEMA. I'm talking about LARPing. Sorry. I hope that makes sense. LARPing's like HEMA without the cool stuff. That's just making up. That's babies. I want to do HEMA girls only, though. I want to do that. My niece's HEMA club. I want to do it. They overlap. Yeah. But I want to like actually stab people with my halberd sword, even if it's like foam. I want to go pa pa pa. Yeah, because it's like 30 seconds. Because LARPing is like a lot of it is social. There's social aspects to LARPing, you know. Yeah. It's literally stage acting D&D. No, I know, but like you don't get it. You wouldn't get it. You're not a self-aware, like, oh god, it makes me sound so terrible. You're not a self-aware like woman like me. I'm unfortunately self-aware of, you know, my place, and I don't want to get out. I don't want to, you know, I'm just too self-aware to enjoy things like that, unfortunately. Yeah. But I could do it with my VTuber friends. And I'm not talking about like actual sports. I feel like stuff like HEMA would be really cool to do. Yeah. I'm talking about like the more social aspect of LARPing. That's all I was talking about. I hope that makes more sense. That was cool. I want to do that. A D&D collab would be cool, yeah. Oh, air! I see, look how they're swoosing.
Last exchange. Time.
Kiki after being in a COD lobby once. COD ruined me. COD and Halo. You can never talk in voice chat because, oh my god, woman, or oh my god, you're a boy. Oh my god, you're a boy that's in puberty. You're a squeaker. Shut up, squeaker. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Beep 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 beep. Shut up, stupid squeaker. Be quiet. Shut your dumb mouth. Never speak again. Never speak again. Get off your dumb Xbox and go to the kitchen. Okay? I personally learned Thailand, but sorry, I don't want to have this kind of conversation though, because it makes me, firstly, yeah, I get called a squeaker. Yeah. But anyway. No, I'm not talking about, what's it called, HEMA? HEMA girls. Girls. HEMA girls. Halberd. Yeah. Sword. Please. Yes. No! It's a boy with long hair? Are you kidding me? Sword slander? Hang on, this might be copyrighted. Most intense kendo fight. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? That's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind guys with long hair. That's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Watch this. Okay. Medieval MMA. Okay. Wait, is this copyrighted? Hopefully it's okay. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Pah! Oh, never mind. Oh, this might be copyrighted. Yeah, but I don't want to be Storty. I want to have my schnaz. It's scary. And you know what, actually, genuinely, I don't know who he was. I thought it was women. I thought I'd be seeing girls fighting, but it's got a guy in it. But guys, guess what would be really cool? You know what's also cool about it that I actually quite like, which I know is actually practical, but it's something that's cool, is that your face is covered. Isn't that awesome? Like, I can pretend, I can like be like, I would feel way less nervous with my head covered, with my face covered. You know what I mean? Yeah, the opponent's a woman? Oh, okay. There's one where it's two women, and one where it's a guy and a girl. Pah! Wait, let me see this. Medieval MMA. Oh my god. Holy shit, there's no fucking way. Can I watch these on stream? Final battle? Guys, this is really what it's like. I can joke about this. Is this really what it's like? Where are the spears? Whoa! What's that he's got? Oh, Jesus! Ah, does that actually hurt? Whoa! 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 Calm down! I want to do this.
Huh?
Whoa! He tricked! Jesus. They're fully armored, but it's gotta hurt real bad, huh? Oh, I like the gloves. Those are kind of cool. He had him. Why did he stop? Out of energy? Oh. Jesus. Get him from the back. Stop hurting him. Round 2. Get him! They're doing a good job shielding. Oh! Knocked him over! Oh my god, did he kick him? Oh, not the. Oh. Oh! Hey, guys, he's banded. When you're knocked over, is it like you get knocked over and you're dead? Whoa! Look at that guy! Look at that guy! Look at him hitting him! Look at him, he's crazy. God, that must be so tiring. Pow! Come on, round 3. You know what? I would love to do this, but I know I would cry. I know I would cry. I know as soon as someone hits me, I'd go, hey, stop! You're hurting me, you're hurting me. And I start crying. And I get real upset. Ah! Get him! Get him! Oh, knocked over! Jesus! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, now I know what kind of helmets they have and why they have it like that. Oh, Jesus! Holy crap. No, I am not the best warrior of all. You know what? I think I could probably dish it, but I wouldn't be able to take it at all. Like, oh! Whoa! Oh! Oh, that sounds so thuddy and like hard, doesn't it? It's like kind of what it's like, you know, in boxing, how they kind of do that weird hug. Do you notice that with with boxers, they always hug each other so much? Like they're always having a little cuddle. It's weird. It's like strange. Always having a big cuddle when they're boxing. I feel like it's a defensive measure, but when they both have the same amount of strength, if they do a weird hug. It's called a clinch. It's called a huggy hug. It's called a boxy hug. It's to get a second rest? Oh. I didn't know why they do it. Medieval MMA is as crazy as it sounds. Dallas, Texas, armored fight. Clink. Is it like real? Let's see. Oh shit. Shit. Oh, look at that swaz with the axe. Oh, they're punching each other, Jesus. Ooh. Oh. I wonder how well they can see. They stole his axe, yeah. He's almost hitting himself with his axe. Oh, he's just taking the hits. Oh, right in the head. Whoa. They must have great armor. How the hell are they taking those hits? It looks so strange to me. Look at that, the way he's slinging his axe. It's cool. Oh! Jesus Christ on a cracker. Oh! Oh! I'm surprised he knocked him over. Does it hurt? You think it hurts? I always get surprised, like, when people that do this kind of stuff don't cry and go, stop, like that. Oh, shit, that was smart. Did you see that? Oh, he's punching him. Oh. It's 2 times as thick as... Oh, really? You've wrestled in armor like this before? Kinda, without like the weapons? Jesus! Right on a cracker, who won? We won. Wow, that's great. Rapier versus the katana. Whoa. Naked. I'm gonna watch this, but I feel like it may... The hardest KO at M1 Medieval. Ooh! That's probably copyrighted. I guess you could be knocked out even if you're in armor. Ooh. Cause it's so... Oh, Jesus! That's horrible. Sorry, hear my scrolling noises? Sorry. Oh my god. 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 Jesus Christ. He's done. He's done. Jesus. Oh, he looks so hurt. Oh, I feel mean. I feel so bad doing that. I feel so bad. Oh my god, look at his face. Wait, oh my god, he's got a bloody nose. Wait, let's see the other guy. Take his helmet off. I want to see it. Let me see him without his helmet. Please, 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 please. No, why did you cock block me? No. Alright, let's keep seeing this scientific proof as to why spears are better than swords, apparently. I'm starting to believe it.
More importantly, it was the technique that...
Yeah, you know that person? That's me.
the greatsworders had chosen. They used these big swings, which might work against a long, ponderous pike, for instance, which is a much slower weapon than a quick, nimble spear. Also, greatsworders tend to be taught how to fight using greatsword against somebody else who's also rather bizarrely armed with a greatsword. In HEMA, most people are taught a weapon against itself, even if in real battles that would almost never happen.
Because, you know, I was thinking, you know, in like, say, like, combat, like close range combat like that, if you've both got a sword, if you've both got spears or something, eventually like someone would knock the other's like weapon out of their hand, and it would be a fight to the death, wouldn't it? Like, you know, so and the only ones fighting probably would actively would be the ones that have won, you know.
If someone in a battle is using a greatsword, you don't send a
I saw
jousting
kind of in the UK. It was really cool.
Take him on with something else. It would be a rather bizarre combination. But anyway, had the greatsworders instead used those second quillons a little way up the blade and put their hand up like
Camping sword fight could be cool.
Then the other hand wrapped down by the pommel,
but you guys would have to wear full armor with champy stuff on the head and stuff. Yeah. With a helmet on. Yeah. Big question is it a dual 1v1 or a war formation versus formation? Yeah. With two-handed swords, they often held the blade to use it for shorter swings and jabs. Oh. I've only seen a weapon knocked out of somebody's hands once. I guess it would depend on whose weapon has whose and what they have and stuff.
Into shortish spears, and then I think they would have done a lot better. Now, we didn't run that particular experiment, but we did use some half-swording with a different weapon.
A change in technique now, sports fans, as we pit spear against longsword used half-sworded.
Oh.
This technique stiffened the slightly floppy nylon blades and seemed to encourage the swordsman to get stuck in. First blood to the swordsman. The general pattern was that either the fight was a quick victory for a fast-stabbing spearman, or a longer and much messier tussle with the half-sworder coming out on top.
Oh.
A tie. Spears 3, half-sworded longswords 3.
Ooh.
So far, it seems that the spears are carrying the day, but surely it will be much easier for the swordsman to close with the spearman if he has a big shield to help him. Science!
Now, with a large shield, closing with a lone spearman becomes
That's what
easy.
I said. The
However,
swordsman needs more control to outmaneuver the spear, but only in duels. In formation, swords are fucked. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Used a shield like this before, and were still unhelpfully wary. But as long as the man with the shield...
Champy, by the way, did you take a day off today? Because I know you said you wouldn't be able to be here, but did you end up taking the day off?
holds it flat on in front of him, he's fairly safe. But the longer he hangs back, the more chances the spearman has to score a hit.
Oh my god.
He tries holding it sideways on, which doesn't work as well. Hold your shield in front of you.
Oh my god.
Another thing that went wrong was people ducking their heads and blinding themselves as they advanced.
Oh my god, you took the day off. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at that big shield.
Head up, shield forward, and charge in. Works every time.
Yeah, how to do that? Exactly, yeah. Dead four.
Can you get the type of girl to grab a spear and try to pull it out of her enemy's hand so she can get in with her sword? Yes.
This one takes a bit longer, but whoa!
Also, Hatsune Miku was just confirmed for Fortnite. No! No!
Come on, get in! Get in there, man! This is painful to watch.
In AoE, spearmen and pikemen are good against cavalry. IRL, I guess they just go for the horse. I don't know if there were any ethics, yeah.
Stylish finish, though. Here we have how to use a spear versus how not to use a shield. Pinklegs is keeping his foe back with lots of quick thrusts, high and low. He goes low and scores a hit to the knee there. The shieldsman drops his shield. No, keep it in front of you, opening him up to a good thrust to the throat. You can see in the close-up that that would have been fatal to an unarmoured man. Enraged, Red Truce swings wildly with his sword arm and at the same time swings his shield out to the left, opening him up to another deft thrust to the throat, which this time ends the matter.
It's all about sword style, spear cuts can't compete.
These don't work so well. Ooh, straight to the throat, that looks painful. Another thing that was tried was tripping over the opponent's spear and crashing into him.
Well, it wasn't exactly elegant, but it did the job.
Scores on the doors. Spears 7, swords 6. The odds are definitely improving for the swordsman now.
Oh, the swordsman.
Now to pit, sword and shield against spear and shield.
This makes a huge difference because now the spearman has to use his spear one-handed, which is much slower and weaker than when using two hands. And I don't think anyone here had ever tried it before. I expect victories for the swordsman.
The swordsman not that bad anyway, in the end.
And quickly learned that it doesn't work.
Or not.
No one tried using overarm technique twice. It's hopeless.
I can't see anything, it just shields.
Another failed experiment was spear and buckler. You swap all the vigour of two-handed spear for the protection of a teacup. The left-handed spearman was at a lesser disadvantage, but still died. We learned that spear and shield is very vulnerable to sword and shield. Oh, and that violence, as here, can sometimes triumph. So now the situation has reversed. Swords 6, spears
That's not fair. Not fair.
On to the group round. The spear, of course, is a battlefield weapon used by large formations of many men.
Pike and spear bros. How do we feel, spear bros? How do we feel? How are we feeling? How are we feeling, spear bros? He's a known critic of an overhand grip spear. He hates the overhand grip spear. Why? What's his problem with it? Why he hate it more than anything? We spear bros, we love our long sticks. Did he see me honking?
For bouts, therefore, the swordsmen were required to attack from the front at first. It was messy, and the spearmen were all new to helping each other out. A spearman can parry blows aimed at his neighbours as well as those aimed at himself. And
the unfortunate thing is we don't actually don't know how these battles are fought. Yeah.
Come on!
I mean, we're all human at the end of the day. So whatever human instinct they would use, I suppose, would be like the same. Like our survival instincts would kick in, and we would do the same things, I assume, as they would do. You know, like does that make sense? Like they're probably not. I mean, they were trained, but they probably weren't as focused on technique. You know, they'll probably just trying to fight.
Bouts were won by the spearmen, even if they themselves didn't quite know how they pulled off a victory.
Knights' lives are probably so short that they weren't able to teach people any technique.
Quick, spearmen!
Any info on historical martial arts for Europe wasn't written down until the late Middle Ages. Is there anything written down about how they fought, like, with other, like, countries and stuff? I suppose it was all European. I mean, did anyone try to invade Europe, and then did they see the way that the Europeans did their combat and write it down before then, or? The only reason they are running in like they are in the videos because they know they are not gonna die. Yeah, I mean that's true. That's true. They wrote textbooks on it, and there are hundreds of first-hand accounts. We do know how they fought. Oh.
Come on, spearman, help your mate. Oh, yeah, that's swordsman. You're dead.
Next, the swordsmen were told that they were free to launch their attack from any angle they pleased. Again, things got messy, but the odds swung in favour of the swordsmen, who won some costly victories.
Spread them.
Stay still.
That's a little This is actually how they fought in real life.
Good hit.
I suggested that the spearmen countercharged. When they heeded me a bit, this led to a flawless victory.
Very nice.
Now, sit back and marvel at the pinnacle of spearmanship that came out of all we had learned so far.
Hema is reconstructed based on those textbooks and documents, but it's still a narrow look
In the group
at
bouts,
hundreds of
when
years
attacking from
of
the
war
front,
by many cultures.
spears
Yeah,
4,
true.
Swords 0. When attacking from any direction, spears 1, swords 3. So, what have we learned? Well, I haven't learned all that much because all these experiments confirmed what I had discovered many years ago back in my university days when I was doing loads of reenactment, fighting in Dark Age style battles with almost all the time spear and shield. Those were our primary weapons and we tried them against loads of combinations, and so we found out that the spear will beat a sword, that a sword and shield will usually beat a spear, but the spearman stands a reasonable chance if he's good, that sword and shield will beat spear and shield pretty much every single time, but that in group fights it's a different story. In group fights the spearmen are able to help out their neighbours very, very well in ways that swordsmen simply can't, and spearmen will beat swordsmen.
Because swordsmen, they're like less like people like with the swords, like they have less ability to control the sword, so they could easily accidentally like kill their own teammates, I suppose. Yeah.
Pretty much every time, unless the swordsmen are able to surround, penetrate, break up the formation of the spearmen, so the spearmen can't act as a cohesive team, in which case it becomes a free-for-all which could go either way. But do remember that spearmen in historical reality didn't just have spears, they had other weapons dangling from their belts. They had daggers, hatchets, maces, swords, or some backup weapons, so that when the
if I saw the swords, like maybe you could bring out the swords as well.
Spears, perhaps throwing them first, and then draw some shorter weapon, and then they've evened up the odds again. So there you go. In summary, spears are good. And keep your shield in front of you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I will, I promise. I'm sorry about that. Oh, I want to know what... Yes, exactly, halberds. I want to know why they were that shape.
In this video, I'm going to talk to you about halberds and how I think they were used. And I must say thank you to my sponsors at The Great Courses Plus. More about them later. Now, the halberd is a weapon that came into common usage in the 15th and 16th century. It's from a time
I like
in
these.
which
Those are my
the men
favorites
doing the fighting
from what I've
are
seen.
professionals wearing professional kit, and they've got lots of armour. By and large, they're
Halberds
not
are my
using
favourite.
shields in this period. So it's the very late medieval and actually early Renaissance period is the high point of halberd use. And there are a number of characteristics about the halberd that make me think that they were perhaps used in a particular way. And I've got a theory which I'm going to explain. Now, before I go much further, I must say that I'm going to be talking about the common types of halberd, the shapes that recur again and again and again. The shapes
The
that I
little
see in
schnaz
all the
and the
museums,
axe and the
often on
thingy.
quite plain and very practical looking weapons that look to me as though they were used by normal soldiers in actual battle. Because there are, yes, lots of weird and wonderful exotic halberds with really bizarre heads on them that were perhaps only used in parades or were perhaps used differently. But in that case, I'm not talking about them, because if a weapon is so differently shaped that it had to be used differently, then it's a different shape and it's being used differently, so it's a different weapon, I would argue. So I'm talking about the common sort of halberd. Now, I don't actually have, I'm afraid, an actual halberd to show you, but I do have a couple of bits that I've got for a poleaxe, which is similar but not the same. The poleaxe and the halberd are different weapons.
Now this haft of ash that I've had made for me specifically to become the haft of a poleaxe, and so you can see that I thought maybe this sort of length was suitable. This is definitely the maximum length. If I want it shorter, I will cut it down from here. And here is the poleaxe head. Now it'll go into that socket, so it'll be that tall when it's put together. I'm not actually completely enamored with this particular head. I may use a different one. Anyway, a couple of things I want to point out. First, these strips of metal that go down the shaft to protect it are called langets. The fact that they're called langets isn't the thing. It's just I want you to notice that where they are and what they do. There is a spike at the top. Now this spike, as you can see, is that long, and that's quite typical for a poleaxe. But on a halberd, they're much longer. They're at least that long, and sometimes like that long. What? Really long spikes.
Why are they so
on the top
long?
of a halberd. Another thing about halberds is that they are much longer overall.
Poleaxes are favoured by knights, whereas halberds are favoured by common foot soldiers. Oh.
More like that sort of height. They're much longer. They've got a longer spike on the end. There's something else about the axe head that I will point out later and talk about that separately. Now, they have a long shaft with a long spike on the end, and they're used as a group fighting weapon by men wearing lots of armour. So, it's my feeling that the principal killing bit of the weapon is actually not the axe head, but the spike. It is principally a weapon that achieves what it achieves by thrusts. You find a chink in the armour, an eye slit, the groin, the inside of the elbow, the armpit, some little place that's not as armoured as it could be, and you thrust in the spike.
Yeah, that's terrible.
On the made-for-real battle halberds are substantial things. They're as thick as your finger and very, very strong and wickedly sharp at the top. They're clearly, though, not for chopping. Yes, some of them have got a spearheady shape or a sword blade shape, and so they have a bit of an edge to them. But I don't think that they're for chopping.
Like these.
In fact, I think they would positively get in the way of chopping. So you've got a long weapon. One of the things you need to be able to do is fend cavalry off. So a long pointy thing is pretty good for that. You're also using this weapon
like
in a dense formation. Now, in a dense formation, there can be guys standing very close to me. There can be a guy here, there can be a guy here.
I'm watching something about halberds.
I can thrust there, I can thrust there usefully without getting in their way. And if something is thrust at the guy to my left, I can knock my opponent's weapon out of the way with my halberd, protecting my friend. So I can usefully defend myself and my neighbours, and I can thrust if that's how I use my halberd.
Lots of thrusting, lots of thrusting.
If I decide to swing my halberd about in big, sweeping...
Then you have the axe bit.
I can't really pull off in my room here because I'm going to knock the camera or the habitat globe, which is just out of shot. Then I'm going to be sweeping a big area in front of me, which is going to make it very difficult for all my friends to fight properly. There they are, trying to do stuff with their halberds, and perhaps if they're swinging theirs around, we're going to get horrible clashes with each other.
Yeah.
And if I try to bring the halberd back like this and bring it down with a great crash, then, well, I'm bound to hit someone behind me in a dense formation, aren't I?
Yeah, true.
I go, ha-ha! Then I'm off that guy's Christmas list straight away. So, I don't think, then, that you're going to expose yourself. Here it comes, the big like this, and then bring it down with a great big crash, because it's a bit telegraphed, and it gets in the way of your fellows.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd say that most, not all, and I'm not saying that no one would ever chop with a halberd. In some circumstances, perhaps one could, and you could threaten to. You could stand there.
Yeah.
I'm going to chop you with this, and if you did have the room,
it looks scary. It's a scarier looking weapon than the
most
spear.
Of the time, in a dense formation, thrusting is going to be more effective. Thrusting against armoured targets is usually more effective as a killing method, and it doesn't interfere with what's going on around you. And it allows you to use the full length of a long weapon. So, the thrust is, I would say, the main killing thing. If you can get someone to come forwards out of the protective line of troops and perhaps fall forwards onto his face, then loads of you could thrust at him from all sides. Perhaps one just pinning him down, whilst the guys behind you, they could reach round your waist and they could stab at him, and the guys either side of you could go, hey, it's Christmas, and they could all be stabbing at him to finish him off. I don't see it as particularly likely that if a man falls within range of many men in one formation,
it would be over.
chop at him because they're all going to get in each other's way.
I guess it's a good way to do it.
It's much more difficult to finish someone off with a chop than it is with a good stab. You can put an awful lot of force and body weight behind a stab, and you can do it quickly. So the first thing I'm going to say then is that I think they're principally for stabbing. And part of my evidence is the length of the spike on the end of a halberd. Now,
well,
if
make no sense. Always just have an axe, you know.
With a halberd, this isn't a halberd. Remember, you've got to imagine it's got a much longer spike on the end of it. You could try to parry. Now, I'm not saying that the best way to defend yourself against a chop from a halberd is with a sword, but you know, just imagine that you are going to go ha like that and put a sword somewhere to block the blow. So. Where would you best do this? Well, you could try to block the axe head itself. Yeah, whack. And you're actually trying to block the main chopping part of the other guy's weapon. It's a smallish target, and it's a very, very powerful target. That might not be the best bit to go for.
Go for the long bit, right?
Then again, you could parry below it, couldn't you? So you could go, aha. Well, can you see that the leverage problem here is not good? He's got a longer, heavier weapon, and its heaviest bit is just there, and I'm not sure that, you know, that I'm going to win this battle of strength. So maybe that's not such a great way to parry it. Plus, I have to step up to him. I have to be brave enough to step close to him. So as he's swimming, I've got to step in past his head and getting close. But I said it's a group fighting weapon. If that's how I'm going to parry his weapon, by getting in close to him, then yes, great. If this is a duel, I can then knock his weapon aside and stab and so forth.
Yes.
But if this is a battle, I get to here, and I'm now definitely within range of all the guys next to him.
Well,
and
you're
perhaps
fucked.
a couple of guys standing behind him. So now I'm fighting 6 guys suddenly, and I'm going to lose. So this isn't a great way. But if there's a great
my favorite weapon is the intercontinental ballistic missile. I mean, that's cool,
well, then
but
I've got a much easier time because if I put my
not as cool as like
sword there,
ha ha ha, you know.
There, isn't it?
Ha ha.
Now the leverage is really good. Now I can
you
throw his weapon aside quite easily because the leverage is, if anything, in my favour, and I can be stepping backwards, moving backwards, and I can be moving backwards to safety. I much prefer that. And to also
combine dagger, axe, and spear.
That long spike at the end, if it's coming at me in a swinging motion, is a very big thing I can aim for to bring up my parrying weapon. Again, I'm not saying that doing that is actually a great way to defend, but if you were, I'm just trying to show you that long spike on the end, if you're using the halberd as a chopping weapon, is actually a bit of a liability. And it's a liability in another way too, because imagine you've got it's got a long spike on the end. So the halberd comes in, and what it's intending to do is this. I think you'll agree, ow. But let's imagine that I see it coming and think, oh, flinch a bit, and just step back a little bit, like this. Okay, now if it's got a very short spike on the end, what'll happen is I step back, and instead of being hit there, I get hit, lower down. And it packs a punch. The big, weighty, choppy bit of the weapon hits me solidly where I would prefer it not to. But if it's got a long spike on the end, which actually makes it harder to swing anyway because it's going to make the head heavier and more awkward. Now if I step back, instead of being hit in the chest, I'm going to get hit on the shoulder by the side of a thin, probably blunt spike. And remember, I'm wearing lots of armour, so actually it saved me. I don't feel so bad now, and whilst that's happening, I can now perhaps grab his weapon.
Yeah, so there's good and bad for it, I think. Fencing with the long sword. Watch this video to prove all sword doubt is wrong. Huh? Okay. Okay. I touch this. Apparently this is going to prove the sword doubt is wrong. They're swooshing each other. It's a nice, satisfying sound. Don't you get me started on trebuchets. Everyone makes them wrong. You have to have wheels to move freely for maximum punch. Yeah, I don't know. Why don't they just kill each other? What's happening? Oh, till first tap, I see. Oh. I mean, it would be over super quick this way, wouldn't it? If you were good at it. Oh, he took his sword, he stole it. They're too dancey with it though. They're too dancey with it. I need more like, I need more. You know, I need more like yeah, I know they're practicing, but you know. No, I mean I don't mind them being dancey, but I want it to be like okay, let's watch some more of these videos as a last one, and then I'll probably pop off. Pre-industrial surgeries? This sounds interesting. I would love to like, okay, as far as history stuff, okay, if you guys would want to watch these kinds of more of these kinds of content, something that really interests me, especially when I was learning history when I was at school and stuff, was about like all of the old like witch doctor techniques that people would have to be able to like cure diseases and stuff, like using leeches and stuff, like, you know, the Black Plague and like things like that, how they try to cure that, things like that. Well, like the weird shit that they would try to come up with before they had like proper scientific explanations for things, you know. It was always really cool. Bloodletting, different surgeries like this, stuff like that. Really interesting, yeah. Oh, reasoning for why people got sick. I mean, a lot of it was, you know, that. What DLCs did you get? For Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition? I'm not entirely sure, I'm sorry. I don't know how to check. All of them, maybe? I don't know. Sorry. Enough of them. Pre-science medicine. The interesting part is that free science medicine wasn't as crazy as we think. There was plenty of remedies that actually worked. Yeah, no, I'm sure it did, but I want to imagine that it was just crazy. Sometimes. Sometimes it was crazy.
Hey kids, had a bad day? Well, could be worse. You could be living in a world without modern anesthetic. Today, we'll be talking about some surgical procedures carried out long before the development of medicine as we know it today. Now, once you go back a certain distance, the line between operation and mutilation is pretty thin. So, for our purposes, surgery refers to any bodily manipulation carried out with the intent of fixing some injury or illness. And away we go. The very first surgery that we have historical evidence for dates as far back as 6500 BC. It's called trepanning, which is a nice word for carving someone's frickin' skull open using nothing but a rock. Maybe a rock on a stick if you were lucky. In all seriousness though, you can see that a good deal of care went into the procedure, which lets us know that this isn't just the result of random injury. Many skulls even showed signs of healing around the holes, meaning plenty of the people who underwent this whole thing just got up and went about their day afterwards. Alright, hold on, you say. This all sounds guano insane. No way this was that common of an occurrence. Well, friend, if you've been watching this channel long enough, you should know that if you give human beings the benefit of the doubt, chances are they'll prove you wrong. In fact, so far, over 1,500 trepanned skulls have been dug up all across the globe, from Europe to China and even the Americas.
What the hell?
This means that between 5 and 10% of
Why
all
did they
skulls
do
that we
it?
found from the Neolithic period
Why did they
have
do
had
it?
at least one man-made
What the
hole
fuck?
scraped into them. To
That's
put it
so
this way,
weird.
based on that data, there's a greater probability of someone born in the late Stone Age having their brain matter exposed by some shaman with a chunk of flint than someone born in the USA being a redhead. To this day, nobody really knows why this was such a common practice, but most theories tend to revolve around the idea of releasing some kind of dark supernatural force from the patient.
Oh,
Man, I'm getting
mental
real sick of all
illness.
these evil entities infecting our minds and bodies. Huh. You can say that again. I tell you, I need these demons like I need a hole in the head.
Someone tried to bring that back in the 70s. That's insane. Schizo treatment? Yeah. 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 To release the pain? Yeah. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Any redheads? Any redheads? Any redheaders here?
No way.
I saw a movie where a guy does it himself with a drill. What? I mean, lobotomies are a thing less than 100 years ago. Yeah. 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 God, this may be really edgy, but I tried to I wanted to when I was younger, I would try to God, actually this sounds really terrible, but I would try to, I thought I was too sensitive, and I thought a good way to stop myself from being so sensitive was to think about because I hated how emotional I was and how sensitive I was to things. So what I would do is I would whenever I would think about bad things or bad thoughts and stuff, I'd just bash my head against a wall or hit myself in the head, and I would do it so many times that I thought it would stop me from thinking about it, or whenever I would start crying, I would just start hitting myself in the head to try to stop myself from doing it. So then I would think about it with some deep psychological pain or real pain to stop doing it. So then I would stop associating me feeling sad with emotional pain. How old was I? God, it was a long time ago. I must have been really young. Really young. I was pretty young. I think it's an autistic thing, yeah. Yeah. I was pretty young, yeah. I didn't like how my brain would respond to things emotionally with you know how my brain would respond to both emotional things and physical things with crying, and I thought it was weird, and I didn't like it, yeah, it was, and it really made me feel weird. Yeah. I just joined here autistic. I'm home. Welcome home. Trying to, yeah, I think maybe some sense of control or I don't know, sense of understanding. I think I was just trying to gain a greater understanding as to where my emotional pain was coming from, and try to control it in some sense, you know? Yeah, because I thought it wasn't right. Yeah. Even now, like, I don't know, like sometimes I don't do it anymore, but I would like not have food or something, try to try to control my emotions and how good I was being, you know? Try to control my actions easier. Like if I didn't do enough, I wouldn't eat, you know? Yeah. But then when I would eat, I'm like, oh, you're just like a dog rewarding yourself with treats. You're so weird and fucked up and stupid. Like you're so strange. Like you're so weird. And it would make me feel even worse. I don't know, it was weird. Anyway, I don't do that anymore. What are we talking about? I don't know, I can't remember. Oh, we're talking about trepanning. So how some people in history had like weird indentations in their skulls, and why people thought that happened. Yeah. Guys, have it easier. We don't have emotions. Well, I didn't want. I was always really jealous of people that didn't, because I always felt like I feel things. I feel some things very deeply. Is that part of the Alfred? No. It's not. It's separate. It's a completely separate thing. Yeah, it's not something I do anymore. It's just me being dumb. Yeah. But I don't know why. In modern medicine, the procedure of opening a skull to relieve pressure on the brain is called a craniotomy, specifically a decompressive craniotomy, where part of the skull is surgically removed to alleviate pressure caused by brain swelling or bleeding. Yes, I have seen that. It's an emergency procedure. Yeah, with strokes and stuff. Yeah. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, a lack of emotion isn't something to be proud of. Oh, absolutely not. No, these days I don't think it's something to be proud of at all. But I used to think that people that were like stoic and didn't show any emotions, at least like or had better control over it, were better than when people like me that could be quite emotional. I just didn't want to let emotions control me as much. Yeah. They renamed it to make it sound official. No, but I don't think that's what they're talking about when they're talking about these things. I think they're talking about, like, for some reason, people having, like, random indentations in the skull for no reason. Yeah. I don't really feel bad for people. I feel really bad when animals hurt. Yeah. No, I completely understand. No, I mean, I feel bad for people. I feel bad for the people around me. Yeah. Sometimes I don't cry at funerals and I hate it. No, that's okay. I think everyone deals with grief differently. You know, that's not a thing to feel weird about. Sometimes when you're grieving, your brain and your emotions get shut off. Yeah. But no, I think this was done to like relieve evil spirits and things. I don't think it was as an emergency procedure, and I think they only remove a tiny bit of the skull, don't they?
Forward to 600 BC. Over in India, there lived a guy called Maharshi Susruta. Now, this guy was a medical mastermind.
What?
He wrote a treatise known as Susruta Samhita, which described countless...
I feel bad because I'm told to feel bad. I could easily just not care. Do you act like you feel bad, but you don't feel bad? Or like, how does that work? Because I don't entirely, like, I don't know, there's some things where I feel like I maybe should feel worse about it, but, I don't know. I feel like I'm at kind of a baseline, yeah. Well, if you want to be more serious, guys, brains have less connection between left and right hemisphere of the brain, so there's as much emotion in the right, but it doesn't affect the left. Is that why sometimes women, when they get upset, can... Well, actually, no, I don't think that's a fair assessment, because some men can be very illogical when they're upset too. But I find, overall, men can sometimes have a better composure over emotions in the moment, and then later they let it affect them. You know what I mean? And women, they get very emotional in the moment, and then it doesn't affect them. But I think everyone, they kind of deal with upset in different ways. I feel like it's a big, you know, yeah. Yeah, whether, how much of that is societal though, you know, men are taught to bottle. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I think everyone should bottle their feelings up every now and again. I don't know. Is that a bad thing to say? I mean, I think it's good to be emotional and to be emotionally intelligent and understand your emotions, but I think it's important to know when and where to show your emotions, and that's something that I tried to teach myself with time, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Due to all the stress in my life, I have a habit of bottling it up and let it just be forced down. You're in your mid-20s. Oh, right. I feel like once you hit your 30s, or once it kind of, once you get a little older, it may all, I feel like you should start letting those feelings out, because they do build up and they just come out. It's not good, yeah. Context matters. Feeling bad doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I can be emotional sometimes, you know, I think everyone can, but I try to know when is a good time and when is not. I don't know. I think the most important thing that pisses me off with some of my family that they do is they let their own sadness dictate the way that they treat other people, and that fucking pisses me off more than anything. It's like, if I didn't do anything bad to me, don't treat me badly, you know? If I've done nothing bad to you, don't treat me badly. Sometimes my sister will treat me badly, even because she's having a tough time, even though I didn't do anything. And it's like, I get if you're feeling sad or feeling shit, but you don't need to take it out on me, you know? That's my least favorite thing ever. So that's what I mean, as in sometimes it's important to hold your emotions in. It's like, in the sense that you shouldn't let it affect the way that you treat others. Always be nice to others. And sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes it happens. But as long as you can understand when it's happening and learn to, yeah. I just sit, think, and either let it weep out or just sleep it off. No, that's not good. I genuinely think like crying would be good for you. I don't know how to. I don't know if that's a mean way to say it, but yeah. To like just like, I think it's important to feel safe with your emotions and let it out when you can. I hope you can learn to do that. It's a difficult thing to do, but it's an important thing to do. So many good hormones get released when you cry. It's a good thing to do. Yeah. Well, that's not so much bottling your emotions up. It's just not letting those emotions cause you to act in a bad way. Yeah, no, exactly. I think I worded it like in a bad way. Yeah. Yeah. There's a sense that you have to learn to separate your emotions from your real life responsibilities. Yeah, I think I just I think I just try my best to I don't know. I just yeah. I don't know. I just try my best to not let how I feel affect the way I treat people. Even though it can be tricky sometimes. I find sometimes if I'm feeling sad, I can get a bit snappy. But I try not to get snappy. Yeah. Yeah, I am Australian, yeah. I just have to keep my family afloat, so that's all the stress now. I just have to make sure that they can live easily. Oh, I'm sorry, that's horrible. I understand, like, how that feels, to be honest. A little bit. It can be very hard, but please remember still, even though you're trying to make sure your family's okay, and that's a very noble thing to do, to take time for yourself, and to let yourself feel, and to let yourself have those emotions too, because I'm sure they don't want you to, you know, like, what's the word, like, I'm sure they don't want you to neglect your own mental well-being and wellness for them, you know? Financial stresses are hard, especially when they involve other family members. It's tricky, yeah, tricky. Oh, I'm sorry that you guys have to deal with some tricky stuff. Well, I love you, and I hope that, well, I hope that this can be a place that you guys can go to and just be able to have a good time and not have to worry about any of those things. I used to share my emotions with another champ, but then he betrayed me and leaked everything on a Discord server we're both on, and they all ridiculed me. That's not very good. It's not good that they're on a Discord server with you, I don't know. Is it for champies or? You shouldn't trust a champy that's in a Discord server. I mean, like I don't know what kind of, depending on the kind of server, I don't know. I know some people just talk there. We knew each other from there before we found Kiki together. Oh, I see. How long ago was this? Do you feel uncomfortable, like, with them in chat or there or whatever? I don't know. Well, whoever they are, they sound like a gossipy woman for trying to share that kind of personal information and emotions with other people. And one day when they feel like they can share their feelings to others, I hope that they don't have the same thing happen to them, because that's not a nice thing to feel or to go through, especially when you're being vulnerable. I'm still sorry that that happened. Yeah. I was homeless for a good while with 2 cats and my mum and younger brother in a hotel, pretty much, and I had to borrow money from a friend of mine. Oh my god, after essentially giving my mother an ultimatum. That's terrible, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's absolutely terrible. I wish we could all have like a. I wish we could all have a champy house or the champy live in, look like a big champy, and then all the champies can live there and everything could be okay. I wouldn't be upset if you guys are friends like outside of here and stuff and like hung out and things, you know. It's nice to see champies do stuff together. As long as you don't leave Pyon and everything. I feel like sometimes having that kind of community structure is good. Yeah. Anyway. As long as you ain't shit talking me. No shit talking, giggles. Okay? No shit talking the giggles, because that will make me really upset and sad. Okay? Really sad. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That's absolutely terrible. Yeah, I'm a rabba. I'm rabba. That's absolutely terrible. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, I hope that you're in a better situation now and you're feeling a bit better, okay? I love you. Alright. You guys want to watch some more? Let's think about happy things now. I'm so sorry though that you guys have to deal with tricky things, but I hope you guys know that I'm always here for any of you if you need me. Okay? You can always talk about it here or with other champies. And Champy, I just want to say you're such a sweet, lovely person, and you don't deserve to have gone through that. I'm very sorry.
Over in India, there lived a guy called Maharshi Susruta. Now, this guy was a medical mastermind.
Proper dump frequency, other, inbred, or just weird looking. House empty episodes. Why asparagus make your pee-pee smell? How to remove hangnail without ripping your whole fucking finger open.
He wrote a treatise known as Susruta Samhita, which described countless different conditions, treatments, and yes, even surgeries. One of which is the first recorded instance of rhinoplasty.
Really?
That means nose job. A hornbill's a type of bird. I'm here too. Anyway, here's how it's done according to Susruta.
Oh, okay.
First, you get them plastered, obviously. Second, you use a leaf to measure out the part of the nose you want fixed. Then, you use the leaf to cut off a flap of skin from the cheek or forehead of the patient.
What the
This
hell?
part's important though. You gotta remember to leave a little piece of it still attached. Otherwise, you just got a chunk of dirty dead face meat on your hands. Now, wherever you're looking to stick the new flesh on, you rub that part raw with a knife. Also, you're gonna want to stick 2 plant stalks in their nostrils so their nose keeps its proper shape. Slap the skin on, suture it, dust it with licorice powder for some reason, and cover it with cotton. Sesame oil should be regularly applied until the skin is fully healed. If you're like me, I already do that by default, so it shouldn't be an issue. Finally, at long last, your sniffer is reborn. Don't worry, you still look like a freak. Just slightly less so. Moving on, our next surgery took place in 10th century Spain on Sancho I of Leon, otherwise known as Sancho the Fat. Now, normally back in the day, having some meat on your bones was a sign of wealth and power and all that, but this guy was like TLC documentary tier, to the point where he could hardly function as a human being. So his constituents said, "Greetings, your thickness. Yeah, you can't be king anymore on account of you keep breaking every horse we give you, and nobody wants to wash between your accordion like neck folds no more."
God. I feel like it would be like, not with people with nasal problems. I think a lot of surgeries were invented around that time for people that got disfigured in combat and weren't able to breathe anymore. Yeah, sorry, there's some gross stuff in this.
Every horse we give you, and nobody wants to wash between your accordion-like neck folds no more. After his adipose got him deposed, Sancho decided to seek medical help for his condition, under the oversight of well-reputed physician Hasdai ibn Shaprut, which is an anagram for paintbrush aids.
What
now,
the
if there's
fuck?
one thing that medieval man understood, it's practicality. Lap band, gastric bypass, belly balloon, these all exist to help people who don't have the self-control to stop eating so much on their own. But Dr.
I will never understand that. You literally need to get your stomach made smaller. Like, you literally need to, because you can't stop eating. Like, I know, like, I understand it's like an illness and it's not their fault, but holy shit, like, that's insane to me. That's absolutely crazy to me. Yeah, it's good, but the fact that it usually helps though just goes to show that the whole biology is working against them in that case. It's really horrible.
Champyons didn't believe in beating around the bush. He said, well, why don't we just stop?
Surely you of all people would understand eating disorders? Yeah, of course I do. I'm just saying it's crazy that like their body had gotten to that point, you know what I mean? And their whole like biology is working against them. That's my point, you know what I mean? Not like in like a oh my god, like that's like you're so disgusting way. In like a oh my god, it's so horrible that that's happened kind of way. Does that make sense? I don't know. Yeah. No, I do understand. I mean, not about that specifically, but I do understand. Yeah. Hello.
Stopped the patient from shoving food into his own greasy maw in the first place, and decided to just up and stitch the dude's lips together.
Oh my god! What? Let's just sew your mouth shut? What?
After the operation, the only nutrients that Sancho received came through a straw, in the form of a mixture known as thoracica, which was a complex blend of several herbs, fruits, and seeds, including opium. It was basically the closest thing you could find to lean at the time, and lean he became, losing around half his weight before ascending to the throne once more.
Did he die?
This is the part of the video where I pander to the desires of the audience. If there's one thing I know you internet people can't get enough of, it's things going inside people's eyeballs.
Oh, of course.
Let's talk about cataract surgery. The art of dealing with people's clouded lenses has been around for millennia, believe it or not. That Susruta guy from earlier actually talked about the most common procedure for cataracts for most of civilized history, which is known as the couching method. Couching is done by taking a sharp object like a needle or a thorn, and ever so gently stabbing their eye hole at weird angles until the lens moves out of the way. No lasers, no sedatives, no paralytics,
smart.
just a rusty old pin and some elbow grease, the way God intended. The majority of the time, this operation didn't work, usually just damaging the already blind eye irreparably.
Right.
Shocker, right? And even if it did go as planned, you still, you know, didn't have a lens in your eye. So you essentially went from, I can't tell if I'm dead or not, to, ah, yes, it is quite yellow out today. By God. Something moved somewhere. A slightly more refined version of this operation is the suction method.
This is apparently the most effective surgery to improve a person's life? Really? That's great.
AD, if not older. This procedure is described as requiring, quote, a large incision in the eye, a hollow needle, and an assistant with an extraordinary lung capacity. Though this reads like the setup to the world's most horrifying party trick, it's actually the bare minimum number of tools needed to completely extract the lens from the eye. In case you didn't pick up on how, here's a diagram. This method generally saw a greater success rate and fewer complications than its non-extracting counterpart.
Imagine that's your job, being the cataract's lens sucker. Imagine that's your job. They probably got like, what? Like a shilling for that. Like 1 shilling. Like a nickel. Like a tuppence.
That the number of human beings who have sucked a piece of somebody's living eyeball through a straw is above 0. Anywho, let's all just be thankful that we live in an era where procedures like these are a thing of the past. Now remember kids, even though the surgeries I described here do sound pretty easy to pull off, please don't try them at home. But if you do, please put it on LiveLeak afterwards.
You know what? You know what the thing is though? I'm not like laughing about it because it's funny. I mean, it's a little funny, but it's also absolutely like terrible that people have to do this. Like terrible, absolutely terrible that people have to do this. In like America, because the healthcare is so shit and like even like dentistry, there's so much like makeshift dentistry stuff that people do. Like they do their own teeth extractions. Well, can I do one more? They do their own teeth extractions. They do their own fillings. They do their own, like surgeries on their teethies. They do so much. They make their own dentures. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. The stuff that they do. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Champion. I'm so happy that you're feeling better now, Champy. I love you and I'm really proud of you that your situation is better. Very proud. Very proud. Proud as a pie, actually. Yeah, I remember actually reading about this and was really hoping that you're okay. So I'm really happy that you're okay and I love you. I'm glad you're doing better. Yeah. No, it's literally not the 1800s. It's people doing this nowadays, because America has such shit stuff.
But you know what you can do?
Wait, Tarare, the hungriest man in history?
Hey kids, I think we can all agree that there are few pastimes more grotesque than competitive eating. The concept of a bunch of guys pushing their anatomy to its limits just for sport leaves a bad taste in my mouth in more ways than one.
Competitive eating amazes me. It amazes me. And shocks me. And I've seen so much competitive eating stuff because it shocks me so much. It's crazy. I know this guy, have you? Okay, well, this is my first ever reaction to Rare, the hungriest man in history. You ready?
But imagine if these men didn't adopt this habit just for fun. Imagine if some gross biological error forced them to eat like this for their entire life.
Oh, actually, you know what? There is a thing like that. I've heard of some people with those illnesses where they literally just can't stop eating. Yeah. Is this too rare? Does he have that?
Introducing Tarare.
Oh, Tarare.
Tarare was born in France around 1772 to a poor farming family.
Oh, he's ancient.
It's said that his appetite was so voracious that, by his teens, Tarare could eat an entire quarter of a cow carcass in a single day. You'd think he'd be like mega obese, but no, he only weighed 100 pounds by age 17. However, there were still a few things that stood out about Tarare appearance-wise. For one, he had a huge, stretched-out mouth with horribly stained teeth.
That's mean.
He could reportedly fit 12 eggs in his cheeks at once.
12 eggs?
Keeping its chipmunk
What the fuck? That's not true.
When Tarare was full, he'd get a crazy Octomom gut going, and any other time, he'd have a huge flap of stretched-out skin hanging around his waist. He also stank to high hell, even by 18th century French peasant standards. He was
How do people know all this sad stuff about him? How many eggs he can fit in his mouth and that he stinks? That's not true. I bet that's so rude.
Described as reeking, quote, to such a degree that he could not be endured within the distance of 20 paces. So between all this and his horrendous outhouse flooding dumps, his family had had enough. Alright, you're eating us out of house and home here. You gotta go, man.
Oh shit.
You heard me. Kick bricks, Froggy. Wow, he just called a French person a frog. That's so racist. No, it's not. They're all French. The guy just looks like a frog is all. Oh. Well, too late. I'm already offended. That's fair. Dislike. After leaving home, Tarare was forced to beg and steal just to satisfy his gargantuan appetite. Inevitably, people began to take notice of him, and eventually he landed a job as a street performer in Paris. People would hand Tarare entire baskets of apples, eggs, and even wine corks, and watch in delight as he horked them down without the slightest hesitation.
What the
Normally,
fuck?
this went off without a hitch, except for one time when he suffered a severe intestinal blockage. Fortunately, the crowd was kind enough to carry him to the hospital, where he was treated with the strongest laxatives the 18th century had to offer. I would draw what happened next, but it would probably get my channel deleted. So let's just picture it for a few moments.
No, I don't want to picture it for a few moments. Please stop.
Moving on. Cut to the year 1792. This marks the beginning of the War of the First Coalition. Ever heard of it? Me neither. Who was in it? Fucking everyone. Anyway, Tarare decided to enlist in the war. After all, maybe that profound emptiness he was feeling was just a lack of purpose in life. Turns out, no, he really was just psychotically hungry. Even after being granted quadruple rations, Tarare would still be digging through the trash pile whenever he got the chance. After suffering extreme exhaustion, he was sent off to the military hospital in Suzerain. The staff there was so dumbfounded by the man's abilities that they decided to keep him there to run a few experiments. The first of which involved putting Tarare in a room with a meal prepared for 15 people. Naturally, he ate the entire thing and immediately fell asleep. Next, they presented him with a raw eel. In response, Tarare crushed the eel's skull between his teeth before slurping down the entire creature in one go.
This guy's not
this
even
is
human.
hair-crunchingly horrifying for a couple of reasons. Firstly, he put a whole frickin' eel in his stomach. But secondly, there had to be some point during digestion where the meat was gone but the bones still remained. Now, for those of you who don't know, an eel skeleton looks like this. That means Terrari had all of those needle-sized ribs stabbing into the walls of his stomach at once, and he was fine. He also ripped a live cat apart with his bare hands, drank its blood, and ate everything but its bones, and then later gagged up the fur and skin like an owl, but... you know, that's neither here nor there.
That's not true.
After reviewing our data, I've come to the scientific conclusion that, yeah, we got a goddamn demon on our hands. But as we all know, with great devour comes great responsibility.
That's made
Since
up.
Terrari was still technically enlisted, the military decided to utilize his abilities for the greater good. Hey Terrari, it's me, the General. Listen, could you eat this box with a note in it for me? If you do it, we'll give you a wheelbarrow full of bull organs. Lo and behold, 2 days later, he passed the container in mint condition and was given his reward as promised.
What'd
With
he
this
get?
proof of concept, they made him an official spy and sent him into Prussia with a document in his belly to be delivered to an imprisoned French colonel. Unfortunately, there are a couple things Terrari couldn't do that are generally important when sneaking into another country. A, he couldn't speak German, and B, it's pretty hard to maintain a low profile when you're running around like a madman.
It's
wolfing
pretty
down
obvious
garbage and
who he
mutilating
is.
Small animals. So he
Yeah.
ended up being captured by the enemy. Initially, he kept his mouth shut
Uh-oh.
for once, but after a whipping and a day in jail, Terrari gave in. After confessing that he did, in fact, have vital intelligence snaking its way through his GI tract, the Prussians chained him to a latrine until the box emerged 30 hours later. The note wasn't actually anything important, so they just mock executed him, gave him a severe beating, and sent him on his way. After all that, Terrari returned to life at the hospital,
Aww.
desperate for a cure for his condition, but nothing they ever tried worked. Meanwhile, the man's endless hunger continued to get him into all sorts of trouble.
I don't
He'd often
know.
sneak out of the hospital to eat the scraps behind the local butcher and fight stray dogs in the alley for their precious garbage. He'd also seek out patients undergoing bloodletting in order to take all their life juice for himself.
What
On
the
several
fuck?
occasions, he was
No.
even caught attempting to eat bodies in the mortuary. By this point in my research, I was so desensitized to this guy that I didn't even
What
bat an
the
eye when I first read that.
fuck?
I was just like, alright. Guess he must have been hungry. Anyway, the hospital staff begrudgingly tolerated
that's-
Terrari's buffoonery.
I feel like these are all rumors. I don't think this is true. How do we know this is true? What the hell?
Till one day when he went too far. Well, Terrari, you've only had 3 mess hall raids, 4 miscellaneous trash-related mishaps, and 1 cadaver defiling. So I'd say, so far, this week's been pretty good.
Medical
Doctor,
evidence?
we should probably
That's
inform you that a
absolutely
14-month-old
horrible.
child has gone missing from
This guy is real and it has been recorded. That's absolutely horrible. That's really horrible.
mishaps and 1 cadaver defiling. So I'd say, so far, this week's been pretty good. Doctor, we should probably inform you that a 14-month-old child has gone missing from their room.
No, no, no! What did you do?
Terrari? Look at
Terrari!
me. Did you eat a fucking baby? Terrari was promptly kicked out of the hospital and spent 4 years out and about doing, you know, whatever horrific shit you
He
can
wasn't
imagine.
put in
When
prison?
He came back, he was suffering from advanced tuberculosis and died shortly after arrival. During his autopsy, the surgeons found that when they looked into his mouth, they could see all the way down his throat and into his stomach cavity. As you can imagine, his whole abdominal region was profoundly deformed. Basically, if this is a normal human, this is what they found inside Terrari. Just like the man's mind, we can see that around 90% is devoted towards food and 10% towards everything else. So, moral of the story here is that, no, you know what, not even I can find anything resembling a moral here. Not all stories have a point to them. Sometimes they're just sad and disgusting from beginning to end.
Yeah.
And now a word from our sponsor.
No. No. I need a palate cleanser from that. What the actual fuck? He ate a baby in the end? I thought it was gonna be like some funny little story that he helped the military. La 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 la. Not that. I mean, eating dead people was a bit too far already, but. Historical misconceptions for you to bring up
This
during
episode of
family
Salmonella
dinner.
Academy is brought to you by Skillshare.
You play. No, oh, okay. He wasn't a good spy. He sucked. I'm glad he got beaten.
Hey, kid. Yeah, you. I just got off the phone with the big man upstairs.
What?
And he told me that I need to clear a few things up around here. So without further ado, here's 10 pieces of malarkey that you might still be spreading. Number 1. Nobody was ever burned to death at the Salem witch trials.
Really?
Of the accused, 15 died in prison, 19 were hanged,
no
and
one
was squished
was
to death. That last one is way more interesting than any cremation, by the way.
Wait, what? But I thought it was so terrible. What the fuck? Boring. They were hanged? I thought they were burnt.
And one was squished to death. That last one is way more interesting than any cremation, by the way. Dude was a badass. His name was Giles Corey. He was 81 years old and so done with the town of Salem's garbage that he wouldn't even dignify the trial with a plea. So the town stuck him between 2 boards and stacked rocks on top of him in an effort to draw out a confession. But every time they tried to get something out of him, all he would say was, "More weight." This went on for 3 solid days until he finally died, never giving any indication as to whether or not he was a witch. One can only wonder. Number 2, the OG Buddha wasn't the obese guy. That's Budai, a Chinese folk character meant to represent Maitreya, aka future Buddha. Now this shirt is double sad. Number 3, Buddha wasn't a god either. He was just a guy named Gautama. Now this shirt is
just a dude!
Number 4. Ever heard of a vomitorium? Turns out, no. It's not a place where Roman nobles would go to make room for more pheasant spleen and lobster eyelids. It's just a big entranceway to the coliseums that hordes of peasants would spew out of. Number 5. Washington never cut down a cherry tree in his youth. I don't get this one at all. Apparently it's supposed to paint the man in a good light somehow. It's like, Tyler, what the hell happened while we were gone? Where's the tree in the front yard? Oh yeah, that was me. Got bored. Just felt like vandalizing something, you know? Hey, what about my honest character? Number 6, the pyramids weren't actually built by slaves. These workers were respected members of society. They ate meat and worked.
Oh no, it's not good to go to the pyramids. Don't go to the pyramids, it was all built by slaves. Don't go to the pyramid. Oh, it's all just a show of slave labor. Fuck you. Listen to this, guys. Stupid idiots.
Built by slaves. These workers were respected members of society. They ate meat and worked in 3-month shifts, and even got to be buried right next to the tomb after their death. Matter of fact, that's more than we can say for the people
people say that.
Achievements today. If I spent years of my life helping to build the space station, you're damn right I'd want the Salmonella Memorial Corpse Receptacle floating along right next to it. That would be amazing. Number 7, the Great Wall of China is not the only man-made object visible from space. I don't know where you dipshits got this one from. First of all, there's no way you could see it with the unaided eye. The wall is like 30 meters thick at most, while the distance to outer space is generally recognized to be 100 kilometers up, known as the Kármán line. To give some perspective, that's like me holding up a standard-sized guitar
They're also
pick from
fixated
across
on the
entire
Egyptians
length
for
of a
some
football
fucking
field
reason.
and asking
I don't
you
know
what color
why.
it is. Also, there are plenty of man-made objects that are way bigger in terms of local surface area than the Great Wall, so even if it was visible, there's no way it would be the only one. Number 8, you might have heard this one before. You know, Hitler was a jerk and all.
They were paid and educated. They had to be because of the complex architecture they featured. Yeah, true.
It would be the only one. Number 8, you might have heard this one before. You know, Hitler was a jerk and all, but hey, he made the Autobahn, so at least he was efficient. Actually, Hitler didn't create the Autobahn. It was already there. He just helped expand it into newer territory. In a similar vein, Mussolini didn't make the trains run on time, with most of Italy's infrastructure repairs happening before his rise to power in 1922, and even then they weren't nearly as punctual as he'd like you to believe. So unfortunately, you're gonna have to find something else to like about these fascists. Like Hitler's elegant way of speaking. Or the way Mussolini says spaghetti.
Spaghetti!
Number 9,
way.
Iron Maidens weren't actual torture devices used in medieval times. Basically what happened is, some archaeologists in the 1800s saw an old metal coffin and some spikes, and said, yo, wouldn't it be wildin' if we put these things up in here, so that way if someone goes in it, they get poked in their bits? You are a sick man, Cornelius. I like it. Into the museum it goes. At least Iron Maiden was real. They were as real as it gets. Still are. And don't you forget it. Number 10, Einstein never failed math. He had mastered both integral and differential calculus.
No! I thought he failed math and they say he failed it. No, come on. Come on!
Einstein never failed math. He had mastered both integral and differential calculus by the age of 15. 99% chance this one was just made up to make glue eaters feel better about themselves.
Oh,
well,
come on.
congratulations, Dimitri. Looks like you failed pre-algebra for the 3rd time. Brady still can't graduate. Well, hey, that means I'm still on par with famous smart science man, so, yeah, worship me.
Oh.
So it just goes to show
Well,
that we've all got a lot to learn
maths.
about the world around us.
I was
That's why
actually
you
good
need
at
to
it.
go to Skillshare.
No, I don't. That's why I thought I. Yeah. Oh, one last one. Maybe this could tie into something I want to do next. Talking about the ancient Romans. Exotic animals in ancient Rome. Next time we do, I'll do one next week. We can have a stream when we're talking about history every week, I think. And we're going to be talking about Rome. Probably, if you want me to.
Hey kids, I was inspired to make this video while doing research on the ancient medicine man, Galen. Apparently, he would often do experiments on animals in order to learn more about the body, his favorite of which was the Barbary ape, due to its anatomical similarity to humans. Now when I say experiments, I don't mean push a button, get a peanut type things. I'm talking like Josef Mengele meets the plague dogs. He'd clamp their pee tubes shut just to watch their kidneys swell, cut their spinal cords in different places to see what went limp and what didn't, and squeeze their brains and make them go unconscious, to name a few. My initial reaction was, hey, that's neat. But then, after some thought, I was like, whoa, hold the phone. In 200 AD, you couldn't get a doorknob even. Yet, if you had the right resources, you could order a goddamn monkey. Many monkeys, in fact. By the barrelful, presumably. Alternatively, if you were born in the right place, you could be the monkey poacher, making a living wrestling up some primates with nothing more than a net, a pokey thing, a hole in the ground, and a whole lot of ambition. So I got to thinking, what other kind of animals did ancient Rome have access to? Apparently basically everything that lived in this part of the map. They were particularly fond of elephants, and it's easy to see why. Sure, elephants aren't that big of a deal to the average person today, right? You've been seeing pictures of them since you were 2, big whoop. But imagine if you were a 20-year-old man who had never seen an elephant in your life. The closest thing you've ever witnessed is like horses, maybe some deer now and then. You get drafted, you go out to battle, you're a little scared, but you've been trained well, you're ready. Then, over the horizon, you see 20 house-sized behemoths with giant tentacles sticking out of their faces, horns longer than your body sticking out of their mouths, all screaming their weird trumpety scream, making your whole body vibrate like Mars himself is shitting on your very existence. So naturally, Rome loved to show these things off all the time, just as a display of power. Like, imagine if you were going to a speech in DC, and Trump rolls up with a pack of dragons. You'd listen to every word he said. He's got fucking dragons. That's what it was like seeing the emperor parade around with elephants back in the day. Of course, that wasn't the only use they had for imported animals. When they weren't being shown off in menageries, many of the exotic beasts brought to Rome were used in shows called venatios, which were basically like modern day bullfights, only instead of bulls, you had whatever crazy critters the state could find. Lions, crocodiles, gazelles, whatever. Around 55 BC, Roman statesman Pompey the Great decided to organize one such event, the featured creature of which was, you guessed it, an elephant. Unfortunately, Pompey forgot a crucial Barnum and Bailey trade secret. See, you're supposed to break the elephant's spirit before the show, not during. So the boys get to poking and the thing starts freaking out, just screaming and crying, even gesturing towards the audience like it was begging for mercy. Now the crowd at this kind of event was mainly composed of dirty, bloodthirsty peasants, and even they were like, holy shit, this is messed up. I came here for a nice, family-friendly disemboweling or two, but this just...
No, too sad. A nice one. Where's the nice one? I love elephants and they're very smart. What about we learn about presidential pets? Nice animals. Yes, nice animals, nice animals, nice animals. Nice animals. Nice ones. Nice ones.
Hey adults. So most of us are aware of at least one animal companion to the commander-in-chief. All but 3 presidents have owned some kind of pet during their term, and there's good reason for that. Not only does a lovable mutt serve to humanize an otherwise larger-than-life figure, but their cute antics can also be a great distraction when needed. Huh? Drone strikes. Never heard of her. Hey, we're doing a photo op with this dog that shares a name with my vice president's son, cause you know, that's not weird at all. But as it turns out, dogs and cats are just the tip of the iceberg. There have been a lot of quadrupedal occupants of the White House, class, even without Miss Lewinsky. So today we'll be going through just a few of the more interesting ones. Going back to the beginning, Washington had critters galore, including 4 black and tan slur hounds that he named Drunkard, Taster, Tippler, and Tipsy. They sound like if Santa's reindeer were all alcoholics, which would be a shame because Rudolph's red nose would no longer be of note. John Adams had 3 dogs that presumably spanned the alignment chart, being named Juno, Mark, and Satan respectively. Not a joke. Jefferson kept around 40 sheep during his presidency, one of which was a 4-horned Shetland ram. Though nameless, said ram soon became famous for killing a young boy on White House grounds.
Oh, what
Rather
the
than
fuck?
immediately destroying the animal as we'd expect today, Jefferson just had it moved back to Monticello. It was eventually put down, but only after it single-handedly killed several other rams at the estate, which just goes to show how Jefferson operated. Random child, not the best optics, but that can be forgiven. But my own property, that's a bridge too far, Rambo. John Quincy Adams' wife Louisa practiced sericulture, which is a fun word for silkworm keeping. As a side note, sericulture has been going on since at least 3630 BC, which is kinda nutty, because that means we domesticated worms to turn their goo into clothes before we figured out how to ride a horse. Jackson had an African gray parrot named Poll, short for Polly, that would apparently curse like a sailor, probably thanks to the teachings of Old Hickory himself. Having outlived its owner, Poll ended up being removed from Jackson's funeral service after unleashing so much profanity that guests found it genuinely upsetting. He also kept roosters for cockfighting, which was acceptable at the time, and still far from the worst thing he's done morally. During Van Buren's term, the Sultan of Oman sent a variety of gifts to the president, among them being a pair of tiger cubs. He was like, "This is badass," and desperately wanted to keep them in the White House. But the dickheads in Congress asserted that, due to a specific constitutional provision, gifts to the presidential office weren't for the man himself, but for the people. Van Buren said, "Fuck the people, them's my tigers," and got into a legal battle with the legislator over the issue, which he eventually lost. The tigers were subsequently sent to a zoo, and over 20 years later, Van Buren died of pneumonia, completely unrelated to this incident. Although Andrew Johnson had no du jour pets, he did befriend a family of mice he found in his bedroom, feeding them flour and grain and referring to them as the little fellows. It's an oddly wholesome thing.
Excuse me a minute. Hang on a moment. Wait a minute. Who is this man? I like him. And those friends. I like him. Hey, I like that. And the fellows. I like him and his friends. Yes, what's his name? I like him.
Although Andrew Johnson had no du jour pets, he did befriend a family of mice he found in his bedroom, feeding them flour and grain and referring to them as the little fellows. It's an oddly wholesome thing to hear from someone who essentially set the trajectory for the next 100 years of black disenfranchisement. Mr. Johnson, we still have a country to rebuild. Get out of my room, I'm getting rat-pilled. Taft had 2 cows during his term. The first of them was named Mooly Wooly, and she died a year and a half in after,
I love that name.
eating too many oats. Mooly was promptly replaced by the far more dignified Pauline Wayne. She was a real dime of a heifer, which led Taft to show her off at the International Dairymen's Expo in Milwaukee. In order to get her there, she was transported in a private car attached to a train headed for the stockyards in Chicago. But a switch crew mixed up which car was hers, leading to 2 days of frantic telegraphs asking where the president's cow had gone. Pauline narrowly avoided the slaughterhouse when a couple of attendants at the stockyard recognized Pauline for what she was, and all was well. This next one requires a little background info. So the traditional Thanksgiving dinner was and remains a significant yearly ceremony for the first family. For half a century, from 1873 to 1913, the duty of providing the presidential turkey belonged to one Horace Vose, a private turkey farmer based in Rhode Island. After his death, though, things turned into a free-for-all, with numerous farmers sending unsolicited turkeys, both alive and dead, in an attempt to secure a position as the next annual caterer for the White House. Nobody was decided on for a decade, and upon assuming office in 1923, Calvin Coolidge found the volume of birds showing up at his doorstep alarming, and put an end to the tradition that year, instead opting to buy his own turkey. But in 1925, after much outside pressure, he caved, and was immediately flooded with not only turkey, but a variety of increasingly exotic animals to eat. Among them was a live raccoon he received the following year. Coolidge was, at the time, blissfully unaware of the intricate dance performed on the palate between forward yet ephemeral gaminess and heady seductive musk when one submits himself to the experience of a toothsome raccoon fillet, and as such he decided to keep it as a pet instead. Dubbed Rebecca, the creature soon came to be a core member of the Coolidge family. She ate as well as any of them, being fed things like shrimp and persimmons, and she was particularly fond of eggs. Given free reign over the house, Rebecca's hobbies reportedly included unscrewing light bulbs, uprooting houseplants, and playing with wet bars of soap in the bathtub. She was so beloved that she even had her own treehouse built for her in the White House yard. When the Coolidges made way for the Hoovers, Rebecca was forced to vacate her post, but the new first family soon found that they had a squatter on their hands. The new tenant of Rebecca's treehouse was a wild opossum who, rather than being evicted, was adopted by the Hoovers in a similar fashion to Rebecca, albeit from a farther distance, mostly just saying, yeah, that's ours now. He was given the name Billy Possum, which is a reference to our old friend Taft. See, as the man following Teddy Roosevelt in the White House, Taft had some big shoes to fill. So during his term, some enterprising young dumbasses approached Taft with what they claimed would be the sequel to the teddy bear. They called it Billy Possum, which is itself a reference to the president's fondness of possum and taters, a dish he famously requested at a banquet in Atlanta as an act of goodwill towards the South and its culture. Taft found the idea amusing enough that he gave the green light, and many thousands of Billy Possums were produced. Given their total obscurity today, it's clear these toys were a massive flop, and there's a few reasons for that. For one, trying to force fads at all is like trying to push water uphill, but also, the story of Roosevelt refusing to shoot a tied-up bear has a bit more symbolic poetry to it than, it's a possum cause he like possum, he a fat boy, eat him up good. Couple that with the constant character assassination that the opossum as an animal has received from ignorant urbanites, and it becomes obvious that this thing was doomed from the start. But anyway, that's where the Hoover opossum got his name, and his exploits were pretty limited outside of temporarily filling in as a mascot of a local high school. In 1961, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev gifted a dog to the Kennedys, named Pushinka, or Fluffy. And while it is normally rude to look a gift dog in the mouth, an exception can be made when the single biggest threat to the free world insists that said dog should live with the president. Pushinka was x-rayed, put through metal detectors, and given ultrasounds out of fear that someone implanted her with a listening device. Fortunately, though there may be bugs in some of you mugs, there ain't no bugs in she and Pushinka remained a Kennedy for the rest of her days. While truthfully, the gift was likely given as a simple act of good faith designed to reduce Cold War tensions, Pushinka was also the daughter of Strelka, who, during Sputnik 5, became the first mammal to make it back from space alive. So I'd like to think of it as more of a passive-aggressive space race flex. Like, yeah, our astronanimals are so alive, they're making babies even. Hope looking at this one constantly reminds you of where you stand. With that, I hope you found this highlight reel enlightening. It feels good to know that while Congress has always been a zoo, so too has the White House at times. That's all for today. Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and you make my girlhood tremble.
Yippee, yippee. Yippee, yippee. That was cool. That was cool. That was really cool. I like that. Well, you know guys, that was really fun. I enjoyed learning about all these things today. We learned a lot about lots of historical things and a lot of things with the war. I realized I kind of want to do I kind of want to do a lot of stuff with the medieval warfare, and it was really fun. I had a really fun time hanging out today. If you guys like these kinds of streams, let me know and I'll do more. I want to learn a lot more about these kinds of things as well. Maybe learn a little bit about more of the other inventions and contraptions at the time, and yeah, maybe learn more about some about the Romans and other things throughout history. I find it really cool because I never really paid attention to anything like that, but it's actually really interesting to talk about and think about it. My favorite thing I learned today was about Earl Sandwich. That was my favorite thing I learned. And I also like to learn, I also really liked learning, of course, a little bit more about the trebuchet as well, how that works, and seeing all those videos. I can't believe it can fling a car. That's crazy talk. Yeah, so I hope that you guys had a nice time. Let's all eat a sandwich today for Earl Sandwich, I say. Yes, I say that. But yeah, I hope that you all had fun, and I'll see you guys later, alright? Yeah, and we'll do Hemo as well, yes. And we can do this again, yeah. If you guys like it, please tell me. I could make this a I could make it a reoccurring series if you'd like. Just let me know if you enjoyed it in the comments, okay? And what you'd like me to learn about next, alright? I love you. Have a really great rest of your day, guys. I love you. Goodbye, everybody. I'll be hanging out tomorrow. Not entirely sure what I'll be doing yet, but I'll let you guys know. Alright, love you. See you later. Okay, goodbye, everybody. Bye. Bye. But you know, I got things to do, I got places to see, so I better head off. But I love you. Thank you so much for coming today. I'll see you later.